Just I put it on 2, just let me go.
The timing, let it be. No, sir, he's going to start. No.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it is coming.
It's okay.
Hari Om. Those online, can you all hear me? Hari Om.
Hari Om, Guruji, can you hear me?
Hello, Hari Om. Sanjay, can you hear me? They can't hear me. No, I don't think they are able to even hear. Ashama, can you hear me? అంటే ఇంకా ఏమీ స్టార్ట్ కాలే కదా
Hari Om. Hari Om.
Yeah. Hello. 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 రెండు ఎక్కువ వస్తాయి. Hello. Hari Om. Will you just call both of them out?
Okay, just
Sir, please disconnect Zoom. We will go live on the YouTube. Tell everybody to go to the link of YouTube and see there. Zoom is called off. For what?
just talk. Just see whether we can hear you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
They can hear you very clearly.
No, sir. The audience will not hear what they're talking. What's the point? Me, anybody listening to them? Am I to plug into my ears and do the whole seminar? No, please disconnect the Zoom. We don't want this. Because the problem is there, so we will go off Zoom. We'll just go with their channel and let them follow online there on there is no online interaction possible. No, but they can't even hear me now. They're not able to hear me. So YouTube, they can type, huh? They can type. No. Ah. Mahesh Garu, please start the program, sir. May start cheste, then we will go on. Okay. Audio లేదు కదా?
జూమ్లో ఉన్నా పర్లేదు. క్వశ్చన్ కామెంట్లో వేసినా మీరు చూసి సమాధానం చెప్పచ్చు. వాళ్ళు జూమ్లో ఉండి క్వశ్చన్స్ వీడియో ఆడియో ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది కదా సార్, వీడియో చూడండి. మీకు టైప్ చేస్తే మీకు తెలిసిపోతుంది క్వశ్చన్.
నాకేం లేదు ఇక్కడ. ఐ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ యూట్యూబ్ రావట్లేదు ఇక్కడ. ఇది ఓన్లీ ఇది కదా.
మీకు దీంట్లో కూడా మీరు టైప్ చేయొచ్చు కదా సార్, జూమ్లో కూడా. ఏమనుకుంటారు టైప్ చేయమని చూసుకుంటే మీరు చెప్పేయచ్చు.
ఓకే,
బెటర్ కదా సార్. ఆడియో
ఒకసారి పిలవండి, అమ్మాని పిలవండి. He's saying they can communicate through the Zoom chat. They'll communicate through a Zoom chat to me, and they should hear me in. Can you render ela padtaru sir vallu? They can't see on YouTube and chat on Facebook kada. They'll see one platform. We'll close this. Gayatri ma, close this. They can only watch the program on YouTube. That's all.
చేసేసి ఇక్కడ మీకు అవుటింగ్ చేసి తెలిసిపోతుంది.
ఉందా ఫెసిలిటీ ఉందా ఇక్కడ ఇప్పుడు?
మీ దగ్గర సార్
ఇది రాదు, ఇది నా నోట్స్. ఇది
యూట్యూబ్ ఓపెన్ చేసిన సైడ్ బాక్స్
అక్కడ ఓపెన్ చేస్తే అక్కడ వస్తుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఇది క్లోజ్ చేయమని వాళ్ళు. వచ్చింది.
ఇక్కడ తెలిసిపోతుంది. మీరు కూడా అందుకే చెప్పచ్చు ఎవరన్నా ఈజీగా.
Can tell him to calm down. Acha. Right. ఇప్పుడు ఒక్క నిమిషం. प्रातः स्मरामि हृदि संस्फुरदात्मतत्त्वं सच्चित्सुखं परमहं सगतिं तुरीयम् यत्स्वप्नजागरसुषुप्तमवेति नित्यं तद्ब्रह्म निष्कलमहं न च भूतसङ्घः तपोभिक्षीणपापानां शान्तानां वीतरागिणां मुमुक्षूणामपेक्षोऽयम् आत्मबोधो विधीयते बोधोऽन्यसाधनेभ्यो हि साक्षान्मोक्षैकसाधनम् पाकस्य वह्निव ज्ञानम् विना मोक्षो न सिद्ध्यति। हरि ओम, namaskaram to everyone. Apologies for the delay. Warm welcome to this workshop on reflection. The way, the means to gain wisdom. The workshop has got 3 sessions. First session, we would go through the 2 questions as to what is reflection, why do we need to reflect. We'll have a short break. At 11:30ish, and then 11:45 or so we'll get on to the second session, what to reflect on, and then what is the process of reflection. Post lunch we will look at what are the consequences of not reflecting, and lastly, what are the benefits of reflection. So the first session, what is reflection? Why do we need to reflect? So we'll go through these 2 fundamental questions. Now, the wisdom that we all want to imbibe is the antidote for ignorance. Just like the light is an antidote for darkness. Where there is light, there is no darkness. Where there is wisdom, there is no ignorance. Throughout the Shastras, wherever they call as knowledge, they mean wisdom. When the masters use the word jnanam, they mean vijnanam. But for the discussion today, knowledge is completely different to wisdom. Knowledge and wisdom are two different factors. In fact, one who is ignorant ignorance gives a certain sense of comfort. A person who is ignorant is in bliss. But while he remains to be in that sense of comfort or bliss, he continues to pay the consequences of his actions. So, tamas, or rather ignorance here, ignorance creates comfort plus consequences. Knowledge creates guilt plus further consequences. Where there is wisdom, there is growth plus no further consequences. I repeat, ignorance creates a comfort plus consequences. Means you're ignorant about it, yet you're paying consequences of that. When you have knowledge of it, knowledge creates a guilt and you further pay consequences. Wisdom, the result of wisdom is wisdom creates growth and there's no further consequences. So I'm just creating an opening statement. You will find that by the end of the workshop, you will be able to connect to what we are saying here. I can use the board. We had facilitated for PowerPoints that can't be shared. Put for them. No, Gayatri Ma, how will they see the YouTube, the thing? If you have to share PowerPoint, ela share cheyali? For the audience ikkada చూస్తారా? Yesterday, somebody was saying, why do we go into this hybrid? Do only physical. There's a divorce happening. Old is gold, absolutely. Right. So, now the ignorance of the self, manifests as 3 deficiencies. I request you all to switch off your phone for the rest of the time so that it doesn't disturb us, please. or put on silent. So the ignorance of the self here means the Atman, expresses as three deficiencies. The three deficiencies are, first is lack of information, second is lack of understanding, the third is lack of experience. The ignorance expresses as lack of information, lack of understanding, and lack of experience. And the three steps you take to combat the three levels of ignorance. So to each level of ignorance, there's a measure to combat it. So the first level of ignorance is lack of information. The first level of ignorance is combated by Shravana. Shravana is when you lend your ears to a higher wisdom, to a guru. You listen to the Shastras. The first level of ignorance gets dispelled. You are informed about the self, about the truth. The second level of ignorance, the lack of understanding, is dispelled through manana, which is reflection. And the third level of ignorance is dispelled through nidhi dhyasana. Nidhi dhyasana means meditation. That's the last phase of ignorance where you get over the lack of experience. So ignorance manifests in three stages: lack of information, lack of understanding, lack of experience. Lack of information is addressed through Shravana, lack of understanding is addressed through Manana, and lack of experience is through Nididhyasana, which is meditation. Means through the final gateway of meditation, you actually experience the self. You gain moksha through meditation. Therefore, meditation is the final gateway to self-realization. Now, we are not talking about self-realization here. We are talking about reflection. So, the entire accent here is how to address the second level of ignorance, which is lack of understanding, and also experience the knowledge in your own life. Now, how do you do that? Okay. What is it that they are experimenting? So something all is appearing on my screen here. Oh, same there also. So the lack of information, lack of understanding, lack of experience. Now, before I get into what this reflection is, I think we should try and clearly understand the difference between knowledge and wisdom. What is the difference between jnanam and vijnanam? Now, knowledge is that which is got from an external source. So it's something, an objective information you gather from an external source. But wisdom is something which is internal, subjective. The knowledge is the path, whereas the wisdom is the goal you reach. Knowledge is the path, the wisdom is the goal. Knowledge is a mere theoretical information. It's theory. Wisdom is a personal experience. Wisdom is a personal experience. Knowledge is theory. Knowledge is information. Wisdom is transformation. You can say knowledge is merely two-dimensional and wisdom is three-dimensional. When you have knowledge, you have a mere sight, but when you have wisdom, you have an insight into things. When you have knowledge, you merely know it, but when you have wisdom, you live it. I can go on. So there's a world of difference between knowledge. When you have knowledge, you know it, but you don't live it. But one who has wisdom lives it. In fact, one who has knowledge is intelligent. You've gathered information. As we keep saying, a doctor is one who has learned the nuances or the science of medicine. And what they do the course of their life is they're selling that knowledge to those who are ignorant of it and just making a living. So when you have knowledge, it helps you to make a living. And you can make pretty good living. Pamper yourself with every possible comfort and amenity and facility. Knowledge can give you that advantage because you can sell that knowledge to those who don't have and make a living out of it. But one who has wisdom knows how to live life. Live life. It's not making a livelihood. It's not a question of living, but you'll know how to live. Life itself. Knowledge is survival. It's just bartering information to those who don't have and making a living out of it.
Lives in knowledge.
Yes. Living, one who lives the knowledge is wisdom. So, sorry? A true person is all inclusive.
Also allowing other people to live by treatment. So can we say live and let live?
No, I just took an example of a doctor. Take an engineer, an architect, or a musician. They are just bartering a talent which they have to people who don't have and make a living out of it. It's not necessary that they are being of great service to the society. That's a different thing altogether. That's a skill. So, jnanam is nothing but intelligence vis-a-vis wisdom is intellect. We have the clarity of thought or the buddhi as we call it. There's a difference between intelligence and intellect. So when you go to education institutions, you can go to the best in the world, you'll only get the latest access to information, the latest technology. You want to learn automobile engineering, you go to the best automobile institution in the world, you'll get the latest technology. You want to learn medicine, you can get the best medical colleges. But it doesn't help you with your intellect. It's just information. You're bartering information. So this is the fundamental difference between knowledge, which is jnanam, and wisdom, which is vijnanam. When I take an example of a doctor, sir, a doctor has enough information to advocate health, but he may not have the intellect to practice health in his own life. He may not be a healthy individual because he has no capacity to control his own mind. But he'll advocate health to you because he's brainwashed to keep writing prescriptions, but he will not be able to practice it. I had a student, or in fact, Jayama will remember him. I keep quoting him on and off. She brought a gentleman to me. This is more than 25 years ago. I remember she coming to him to my house, and he had hit the Limca Book of Records for having counseled the maximum number of people. Limca Book of Records is in India. So he has helped counseling people for maximum number of people. I did not know the gentleman. She brought him and said, Guruji, this man wants to talk to you, something in private, and she left. And later on she was shocked what I told her, and then I've been telling the whole world. That man comes to me and he confesses that he is having a serious problem dealing with his daughter. And he's asking me advice how to counsel her. It didn't strike me first. On one hand, he introduced himself as someone who has a flourishing practice, who counsels people, is a huge setup, and he's hit the record books, and he's trying to get to the global level for having counseled. He is certified and blah, blah, blah. And he comes to me and says, sir, I have a problem with my teenage daughter. I don't know how to deal with it. I am told by Jaya, who's a very good friend of mine, that you teach philosophy. Can you tell me how do I handle her? Intelligence, intellect. Knowledge and wisdom. They're two different things. There's no more. Very sad. So, a guru cannot give you wisdom. That's an interesting point. A guru can only give you jnanam. However, even you bring Lord Krishna himself, you bring a realized soul, he cannot give you vijnanam. He can only give you jnanam. So if you have a little faith in the Guru, if you have a faith in the text, you can get knowledge. That's not difficult to get knowledge because you need to have a little faith. Like Subhashji had to have some faith in the Guru to come all the way from Bombay.
A guru can be good or he can share the knowledge. But to convert knowledge into wisdom is our own self-efforts.
Absolutely. Now the Guru can teach you, whether the Guru is living it, that is Guru's problem. Whether the Guru is living the knowledge he is teaching is how much wisdom the Guru has got. But the Guru can give you knowledge. So if you have any faith in the Guru, you can get information. But if you want to get wisdom, you need Shraddha. Shraddha is that quality which helps you to go to the very end of pursuit. Now, how did it come that Gayatri Ma, our PPT has come? Oh, Mirchas Nara. You can sit with him, you will be able to control, no? Perfect. You're able to see there? Can you go to that chapter 7, that verse, Gayatri Ma? Yes, Ramji.
They don't live. Their implementation of the knowledge that they have gained together is zero. They still have all the desires, they still have all the conflicts, all the things around them. So that's a great example of
Yeah. They are able to parrot these Vedic textbooks or the Gita. There are these continuous groups that keep doing nothing else but muttering and chanting. That Sahasranamam, this Sahasranamam, and that sloka, this mantra, this textbook, that textbook. It's a mechanical chanting going on. And if you do the number of times they do, you will be able to get references and where is said, who said what, you will be able to say. Very scholarly. But you don't live that in your real life. So a guru can only give you as far as knowledge. But in the 7th chapter of the Gita, I suppose you can. Adi peddal chegaltara sir adi? So in the 7th chapter, 2nd verse, Pushpama, he says there, Jnanam teham savijnanam idam vaksham yasheshataha yajñatva neha bhuyonyat jnatavyam avashishyate. He says that I will declare to you in full this knowledge together with wisdom. So he says, I will give you jnanam teham savijnanam. So some of them who have a reference to this context says, how the Gita is saying that Lord Krishna says, I will give you jnanam and vijnanam. Because a guru cannot give you vijnanam. Vijnanam is attained through the famous words of Lord Krishna. He says, Uddharet atmanatvanam. He says, you have to lift yourself by yourself. Lord Krishna couldn't lift Arjuna. He said, you have to do it by yourself, my dear. I'll give you all the advice and knowledge to you, but you will have to lift yourself by yourself. I can't do it. But then what does he mean when he says that I will give you knowledge and wisdom? See, what he means is a true guru vis-a-vis a guru who just has mugged up knowledge, we just gather information. Many a time in a classroom, what happens is just transference of information. It's passing on knowledge from one to the other. It is not mere transference of information. But a true guru facilitates what is known as forced reflection. A true guru, instead of merely transferring information from him to you, he facilitates a process known as forced reflection. And how does he facilitate that forced reflection? By the sheer methodology of drawing out the knowledge from you. The moment I question you, am I not making you to think? Am I not making you to exercise your intellect? Vis-a-vis just capturing all what the guru has vomited in a piece of paper and you file it up and say, this is his works. Or you can say, this is complete works. So what? Part works or complete works, what difference does it make you? It is, as far as I am concerned, I have just grabbed all what was said, but I have not understood. But if I go through the process of drawing it out from you, by repeating the ideas in different contexts, using different anecdotes, different examples, speaking a language of contradiction at times, all of that will help you to reflect, which the guru will facilitate for you. So in that process, a guru can help you to a certain extent, but ultimately the effort is by the Shishya. Okay, now let's get to the fundamental question. As I said, what is reflection? Reflection, Gajima, reflection is a very conscious process. Reflection is a conscious intellectual process of reinforcing an idea which you have received from a guru or a textbook, which is done by the student himself. So it's a conscious intellectual process of reinforcing, reiterating an idea which you have received from a guru. That we call it, that process of reflection is known as swadhyaya. Swadhyaya. Adhyaya means studying. Swa means self. So swadhyaya means that self-study. You're sharing a wrong slide, ma. After the Sanskrit verse, you please go to the next one. So swadhyaya is the process of self-study, and when you do this study, it requires enormous patience. Why do you need so much patience? Is because you are going through into the depth of the study, not the mere surface or the length of study. Oh, what are you doing, ma? Huh? Come to this one. This one. Huh? So yeah, reflection is a conscious process of reinforcing the ideas that you have received from a guru. In fact, I would say reflection is nothing but a prayer. Reflection is worship. It's a swadhyaya, the self-study. Reflection is nothing but a prayer or worship. Now, when you do a prayer, when you do worship, isn't it a very sanctified act? There is a certain sanctity to it. Now, why it is a sanctified act is because you are invoking Brahman there, isn't it? You are trying to realize the self through that swadhyaya, isn't it? When a guru gives you the knowledge of the self, you are trying to invoke the self through the teachings of the guru. So what you are invoking is the self, the Brahman. So it's a very sanctified act. Therefore, that's why I'm saying swadhyaya or reflection is a prayer, is worship. In fact, that space which you sit and study is a sanctified space. Where do you sit and study? Oh, on the dining table. Why? I don't know why, but I sit and study there. Maybe very comfortable to sit. Convenient. Comfortable. Then why don't you transfer the puja room onto the dining table and do puja on the dining table? Would you do that? You have created a dedicated space for prayer, a puja. You wouldn't enter the puja room without having a bath. You would go through an elaborate ritual of offering with such sanctity, with such purity. So reflection, or this exercise of doing swadhyaya every morning, every day, is a sanctified act. It should be done in a sanctified space. It should be done at a sanctified hour. And the sanctified hour is the early morning, the Brahma Muhurtam. Between 4:30 and 6 p.m. 4 to 6 a.m. 4:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. you do this study of the self. In fact, I would go to that extent and say Swadhyaya is the sap of spirituality. It is your spiritual lifeline. The spiritual lifeline or the sap of spirituality is Swadhyaya. He amongst us who doesn't do Swadhyaya, go back to the difference. You have information, but you will not have wisdom. You can come any number of times here to this classroom. As long as this facility is there, as long as the Guru has inspiration to teach, he will teach you. But I can't guarantee an ounce of transformation in you. Rao Garu, I can't guarantee, sir. I'll guarantee as long as this premise is there, as long as the Guru has inspiration to teach, he'll teach you. But I can't guarantee any transformation in you. That doesn't mean the Guru is not capable of. I'm saying, as long as you don't do Swadhyaya, you will not grow. So Swadhyaya is the sap. The sap, what's the sap, Anand? Sapna? The innermost, what is the sap? Ram Garu, a small seminar on sap.
Now, the plant consists of cells. Each cell has a sap. The sap is the one which actually outside of the like
Seed.
and it flows
Seed.
through the plant.
Seed. Sap is that life, it nourishes the plant. It's a life-giving force to the plant, isn't it? That gives life. So sap of spirituality is that which is the very quintessence of spirituality. We say lifeline. What is a lifeline? If you take that, there's no more life. We use in the ICU, isn't it? Don't you say he's on a lifeline? That is that he's surviving because of that. So Swadhyaya is your spiritual lifeline. It is the very sap of spirituality. Now what's interesting is the essence of what you might do, how to go about it, we will see it later. But the principle which is followed in reflection, the same principle is also followed through the process of advertisement. The results are different, but the process is the same. Now you go back to the definition of reflection. We said reflection is a conscious intellectual process of reiterating or reinforcing an idea which you have received from a guru or a textbook. Kadasai, you received an idea from a guru, it's a conscious process, you go through it to reiterate it. Now when you Keshav Reddy garu, anni meeku istam sir. All the slides I will give it to you personally to you, so don't worry. Because today the technology is misbehaving, but your guru will not misbehave. He will behave very well. He will ensure you will have all the presentation. Right, sir? Because He was struggling to write down and the slide changed. Again, it's come back, sir. But no, don't trust that fellow. I'm not saying the person who's operating, the person can be trustworthy, but the system is not trustworthy. The person in the yellow robe, don't trust him. Sorry, it was you, Harishji, sorry. I just passingly mentioned that. It just happened to be that it was Harishji. So, the process in reflection is the same process in advertisement. What is happening in an advertisement? Let's say, take an example of a company which is launching a new model of a car. Okay? Now, when they want to launch a new car model, let's say Kia is launching a model. It's very interesting. I came across this a few years ago. All over Hyderabad, a few years and 20 years ago, I saw there was this huge billboards they had all over, and the entire billboard was just intentionally left plain white. Just plain white, and just imagine, let's take example Kia, that's all. For a moment, you wouldn't spend so much money having hundreds of billboards or advertising panels all over and leave it plain and just leave your company logo there. Everybody starts thinking, hey, what is that? See, blank. And then comes a trailer a few months later of the product, here the car. They release the name, certain visuals of that, but not the entire car. So you have seen that in the billboards, you have seen that in some social media, and then you will start seeing the picture appearing in the print media. Then you will start seeing billboards everywhere showing of the car. You are watching a sports match, let's say you're watching a cricket match in India, you're sitting in India watching a cricket match happening in West Indies, you see the car there, that they're marketing for the Indian market, because India is playing West Indies, in West Indies, this fellow is going and sponsoring there. I'm talking of car, you're talking of cycle agarbatti. So the same principle. And then you go into a different country, you use let's say you're going to Hong Kong for a holiday, and you land in the airport, you're pushing the trolley, where you hold the bar, and pushing on the bar also handle there is Kia dash car. So what is happening? They planted a thought into your mind which didn't existed before that, and they have taken upon themselves to keep reiterating the thought of that car, whether you like it or not, it keeps getting into your system. Repeatedly keep creating that thought into your mind, and when a thought gets repeated, it becomes a strong desire. It will have a recall value. Immersion strategy. So, but the objective is the same, which is to reinforce an idea or a thought. Now, what is the next slide, please? There is even though both seem to be the same, but there's a fundamental difference in the both. When you do like the activity of an advertisement, in fact, it is your mind that is participating. When it is a subconscious activity, when it is indiscriminate, when it is an indisciplined thought, it is nothing but indulgence. See, your mind is running, Anand. So what's happening? Subconsciously, you are entertaining a thought of a product, of something. That's indulgence. But the moment it becomes a conscious, it is discriminative, it's a disciplined thought, it becomes reflection. So they are forcing you to think of a particular object. Here, you are consciously thinking of a particular idea. That's the difference. But if you don't do Swadhyaya, if you don't do reflection, it's like chalk and cheese. It will not help you. But when you do indulgence, when you go through the process of indulging into something, means entertaining an irrational thought constantly, it creates fresh desires. Remember this. You're entertaining desires, it gives into your mind and you develop attachment. But when you do reflection, you develop an attachment to the higher. So invariably, the lower desires and attachments drop away. So you are not bound anymore, you are liberated. So when you indulge, actually you create desires, you're bound, you develop attachment. But when you do reflection, it gets rid of desires, it eliminates the desires, it develops an attachment to the higher. In fact, it elevates you. And also, one thing is very interesting is when you get up in the early morning and reflect, there's a possibility of what is known as an original thinking. You're not aping anything. You're not aping anybody. And all original thought happens in the Brahma Muhurtam, the early hours. And the rest of the day, your activity is only to reinforce what you thought originally. But the real crux is that early hour to get up and apply a fresh intellect to it. So original thinking, all original thinking happens in the early hours. So what is reflection? You've got it? Reflection is a conscious process of reiterating an idea which you have picked up from a guru. And then we said it's a sanctified activity. It has to be done at a sanctified place. And it has to be done at a sanctified hour because you are trying to invoke Brahman, you are trying to invoke God there. So how pure must be that very place? So you must create a space for your own Swadhyaya. Begin by doing that from tomorrow. And nobody else sits there. It's a personalized space. It's my space. Nobody else uses it. Even in the institute, we have created a space for 2 more people to sit and study, but there's a space where I only sit, nobody else sits. It's a personalized space. It's not developing an attachment to my space, but it is something so conducive. You need to have a space conducive for your growth. It's like the seed will sprout only when the soil is conducive. And then we said the principle which is followed in reflection is the same principle followed in advertisement, which is, what's the term you use, Ramji? Immersion strategy. You get immersed in it. You get lost in it. Okay? And then we said that reflection removes the desires, you develop an attachment to the higher. On the contrary, When you indulge, you are bound to the lower, you develop further worldly desires and face the consequences. I'm not getting into all that now. Okay. Now, why do we need to reflect? You all have the mics to pass? Okay. Right. Why do we need to reflect? Ushama.
Is the knowledge we gain, just knowledge we gain will just remain like that, not be processed, not be internalized.
Okay. I want to ask Anand, from what little you have heard, can you tell me why do we need to reflect?
To go from one stage to another. You start out, you have ignorance and you have knowledge, and you are in the same state. And
Is ignorance and knowledge same state?
you just have knowledge. You are in the same state.
If I may, I would say it's better off be ignorant than have knowledge. Because you are neither here nor there. If you remember what I said, we said that ignorance gives you a comfort, but knowledge gives you guilt. Do you want to be comfortable or guilty?
Depends.
Why it depends? Sorry? Better not knowing it, isn't it? Sometimes somebody comes and tells you, you're being penny wise, pound foolish, man. Oh, is it? I rather didn't know that I was being foolish. Chalta hai, jaane do. Chalte ka naam gaadi, as they say. Let life go on like that. I rather didn't know about it, it's fine. So what we are trying to say is, when you have knowledge, you can't do much. It doesn't help you. In fact, they say knowledge is a burden. That we're coming session 3, sir. We are still session 1, sir. Huh? But if I come back to the question, why do we need to reflect?
Reinforce and internalize, what you're learning.
Right. You need to reinforce, internalize what you have learned. Great. Prakash Garu. It's on, sir. It's on. Why do you think we all should reflect? If you don't, you will only end up with knowledge. So you need to immerse in reflection. If you don't, you only end up with knowledge. But why we need to reflect is like, say, example, you're into the food industry, no better person than you. The food I eat, imagine if my system doesn't digest the food. So if you want any special favor from Prakash Garu is the owner of the famous Taj Mahal Hotel. Oh, the Taj Mahal and Apesanu. So we wish you become that also, sir. Huh? So Taj Mahal Hotel వాళ్ళదే సార్ అది మనకి స్పెషల్ కావాలంటే నా పేరు చెప్పక నేమ్ రాదు ప్రకాష్ రావు గారు చెప్పిన వస్తుంది సో ద ఫుడ్ యూ ఈట్ ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ డైజెస్టెడ్ బై యర్ సిస్టమ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ యాక్సెప్టెడ్ ఇట్ రిజెక్ట్స్ ఇట్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ షుడ్ గివ్ యూ health becomes a pain, a disease, isn't it? So if the food that you eat is not digested, has consequences, what makes you believe that the knowledge which you have been learning from your early childhood, not now, all the while you're learning, if it is not digested, what would happen? Serious hiccups of life. Serious consequences. Nobody understands the danger of leaving the knowledge in the stage of a raw material. The knowledge is just raw material, sir. And if you leave the knowledge as a raw material, it is going to cause great damage. Nobody has a clue. People are just learning all what they want without doing anything to it. So we need to reflect so that you need to another 1, 2, 3 third session. You get clarity of thought, certainly, yes, you're right. But if you don't reflect, you will end up with a knowledge, how detrimental it is, we'll see it. But you need to start the process to make it your own. Otherwise, it is going to be rejected by your own system. And you are facing serious consequences. I would say better off not knowing this knowledge.
You also will forget
What?
process. Whatever idea, not
You will not forget, sir.
go because it's not in your.
No, it will have consequences. No, don't take it literally for the food example. You know, there was I'm quoting my guru, there was an Australian who was visiting Mumbai and he happened to finish his job and he had a day or two vacant. And there was some lecture series going on. He walked in and he saw a Swami was speaking in English, so he just sat through and listened to him. And he found it interesting. He went back the next evening and then he didn't get a chance to meet, but he flew and left off to Australia. Somehow he got hold of the Swami's address and wrote a very interesting letter. Those days there was no emails and things. And my guru says the gist of the letter was, one of the fascinating letters he said I have received. The gist of the letter was, he said, Swami, I don't know you, I have never met you, but I heard you. But I was a very happy man until I met you. This is, in short, he said the gist of the letter. I was a very happy man until I met you. I was a jolly good man, living life, thinking life is meant to go merry-go-round, enjoy and make good what life, plenty to enjoy. But after I met you, I realized life has a purpose. Alas, what a mistake. What am I doing to myself? I wish I had this knowledge. Now, having known it, I can't go back and do what I was doing with freedom. So I was a very happy man until I met you. So, is it better to have knowledge or not to have knowledge, Anand? Better not to have. Because if you have the knowledge, you better complete the process until you get to wisdom. Don't leave it midway. Don't leave it midway. So at least the effort today, what we are putting in, lays so much emphasis on the exercise of intellect or reflection, so that you don't get caught up in this trap. Not many out there who would advocate this quintessential spiritual exercise to you. Not many do this, please. So be very mindful of what that's coming your way, because it's something very, very, very unique, very essential. So in this first session, we just struck 1 hour. We went through what is reflection. We also studied why we need to reflect. We understood the difference between knowledge and reflection. We understood how ignorance expresses in 3 ways, and the 3 specified spiritual practices to address. So lack of information is taken care by listening, Shravana, but Shravana doesn't take care of lack of understanding. I know it, but I don't understand it. I understand it, but I have not experienced it. So the ignorance gets phased out in phases. Alright, so when we come back, I think we'll take a short break. When we come back, I think we can come back here in 15 minutes, 11:45, we'll come back. So when we come back, we will go through the second session, where we'll talk on what to reflect on and what is the process of reflection. Okay? Whole system completely goofed up. So we can check it. Yeah, downstairs. మీరే మాకు మీరే దైవం. అదే మీ క్వశ్చన్స్ కోసం నేను మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు మీది సో మీరే మీరు వచ్చిందే అయింది, అదే మొత్తం గోవిందా అయ్యేది. ఏ సార్ చూసారా ఏంటి? హరిఓం సాయి, నేను చెప్పా చేయకుండా వచ్చారు మీరు.
లాస్ట్ మినిట్ వరకు వస్తారు లేదా అని పట్టాను.
I'm glad you could come.
And it started on time, I think 10:30 started.
Late అయింది సార్, కొంచెం మొత్తం సిస్టమ్ ప్రాబ్లం అయింది. బట్ ఎనీవే గుడ్, యూ కుడ్ కమ్.
I thought 10 minutes speed గా వచ్చాను.
No problem, good. Alright. Come back.
10 seconds డిలే ఉంది. మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేస్తే వ్యూవర్స్ కి బాగానే కనిపిస్తుంది. మన 10 seconds లో మీరు అది ఏంటి స్లైడ్ అంటారు కదా, మనకి లైవ్ లో కంటే లైవ్ లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి వస్తుంది,
మనకి డిలే ఉంది.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have seen the house before. Yeah,
I saw the pictures.
Pictures. Inauguration.
Yeah. Photos now. System and video. Stop.
Just very strange. Perfectly okay. She's playing music.
45 everything was over.
Pre-music. Suddenly everything stopped. And then we just couldn't get anything on. First thing was the stop was not switching on.
Things happen.
And we don't know how it switched on. No, because I spent a lot of time. one by one was bringing one to YouTube. Like I said again. I'm able to see. The last session, it was really in terms of getting first session. Wasn't seen. So, very interesting. This is it.
యూట్యూబ్లో వీల్ పుట్ పాలిష్డ్ వర్షన్ అది ఉంటుందో లేదు మన యూట్యూబ్లో పెట్టలేదు.
So this also show in our YouTube, but it gets
బికాజ్ యూజువలీ మన యూట్యూబ్లో వీ పుట్ ద ఫినిష్డ్ ప్రోడక్ట్, కానీ అది ఫినిష్డ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ లేదు ఇప్పుడు మనది.
is online.
ఫేస్బుక్ వి రికార్డ్ కదా, రికార్డింగ్ చేయట్లేదు కదా ఫేస్బుక్, రావట్లేదు కదా ఫేస్బుక్, మన జూమ్ రావట్లేదు కదా. విల్ టేక్ ఫ్రమ్ హిమ్ రా ఫైల్ తీసుకుందాం, దట్ విల్ టేక్. బట్ మన యూజువల్ జూమ్ కాలే కదా, జూమ్ది మనం చేస్తాం కదా, జూమ్ చేస్తాం కదా యూజువల్లీ. ఇవాళ జూమ్ లేదు కదా. నో ఇట్స్ ఓకే. వెల్కమ్ బిజీ మ్యాన్. ఎవరేమో ఉన్నాయి. Hari Om. So the second session we will go through what to reflect on, what is the process of reflection, what to reflect on. It seems very obvious that we will have to reflect on the teachings. We have to take up the ideas given by the Guru, reflect on the teachings. In fact, when to reflect, we are told what's the proportion to keep in mind. It is said that you must spend 80% of time reflection and 20% devoted to acquiring fresh information. 80-20. So if you have 20% information, let's say if you listen for an hour, you must spend minimum 4 hours trying to decode it, trying to understand it, trying to make sense of what is said. So the proportion is 20% knowledge, 80% reflection. As we very clearly define, reflection is conscious thinking. We also mention reflection necessitates original thinking. Now, what is the opposite of original thinking? What is the opposite of thinking? The opposite of thinking is an unquestioned obeisance to authority. An unquestioned obeisance to whatever the authority says. Today, there's hardly any independent thinking at all. There's hardly any rational element in the spiritual field. As a result of which, religion today tantamounts to three things: fanatic belief, fiendish superstitions, mechanical rituals. Three things today religion is flourishing is fanatic belief systems, fiendish superstitions, and mechanical rituals. You take any religion today, it is rituals, superstitions, and belief systems. And I would go to the extent and say, these parasitic practices has led to religious fundamentalism, which is destroying spirituality. Now, what is the role of the Vedantic study that we are doing? The role of Vedanta is to liberate you from the infatuation to personalities. And educate you on the eternities. The true role of Vedanta is to liberate you from an infatuation to authorities and celebrities and personalities. And to educate you to explore the truth, investigate the truth. And if you want to explore, investigate the truth, you need to take a scientific approach. In fact, it is said, how should you approach this subject? You should approach the subject of Vedanta as you would approach science or mathematics. As scientific as you would approach science or mathematics, that's how you should approach the subject. Not because it is said by an authority. So you must investigate the truth. If there's a crime scene, Don't you go about investigating how did it happen? Meticulous. You don't take anything for granted. You go and investigate because you want to get to the very bottom of what happened there. What is the truth behind it? So you want to realize the self, you want to experience the truth, you must investigate the truth. And you want to investigate it, you must go through it as you would approach any scientific subject. Now, in order to reflect, see, the answer is obvious. What do you reflect on? On the teachings. And we said first thing is keep the proportion in mind. It is 20-80. And 3 essential points you must keep in mind. 3 important steps. The first thing is whenever a guru teaches, it's possible that the guru is talking from an absolute standpoint. The knowledge is given from an absolute standpoint. So the first thing a student must do is to bring the knowledge down from an absolute standpoint to a relative standpoint. An absolute standpoint is a statement of fact. I'll explain myself. So 3 important steps is, the first is convert the knowledge from an absolute standpoint to a relative standpoint. Bring it down from there to the standpoint, a relative level. An absolute standpoint is a statement of fact, but a relative standpoint is a statement of practice. Statement of fact, na Lakshana Vakya. In Sanskrit, it's called Lakshana Vakya. Lakshana Vakya has to be converted into a statement of practice, which is Abhyasa. Now, how do I practice what the teacher has taught me? So, when you are reflecting on the truth, the first thing you must do is you must bring it down to a relative standpoint. Now, I'll give an example. The Guru says the highest Vedic declarations were Tat Tvamasi. This is an aphorism. Tat Tvam Asi. Tat Tvam Asi means that thou art. This in fact is the highest advice a guru can give to a shishya. And in the Vedic times, imagine a classic setup of a Vedic Gurukul. A student goes to the teacher wanting to know the truth. And the guru gives the advice, says, Tat Tvamasi. That's all. The knowledge has been given by the guru. Now, it is the job of the student to find out what that Tat Tvamasi means. There is no further help the teacher will give. Now the student would go and sit beside the Ganges doing abhyasa. What does Tat Tvamasi mean? He is reflecting, he is trying to decode those terms, understand. He comes to a conclusion, comes back to the master and says, am I this? The only help the teacher we says is Neti, not this, not this. Again he goes back and reflects an independent angle to come to an understanding. And this is how the knowledge was taught. Zero help from the guru, maximum effort from the student. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to understand what the guru meant from an absolute standpoint. Now I don't think any one of us are at that level of Tattvamasi. Are we? Thank you, sir. We are not there yet. Now, let's say there is a quality in the Gita. It is said, Adveshtha Sarvabhutanam. A devotee of God, a bhakta, the quality of a bhakta first quality, 35 qualities of a devotee of God he gives in the 12th chapter. First quality of a devotee of God, he says, he who does not hate any being. No dveshtaha. No dveshaha. I don't hate any being. A devotee of God doesn't hate any being. Now this is a statement of fact. A devotee of God will have no animosity or hatred to any being. Now, how do I bring it down to abhyasa? It's a statement of fact, but how do I practice that? I'll throw more qualities. Samadukha sukha. Someone who is balanced in sukha and dukkha. Sama. He is balanced in pleasure and pain. Wow. Now, how is it? First of all, question it. See, you don't have to accept because Guru said so, or Lord Krishna said so, or anybody said so. Is it possible to be balanced in pleasure and pain? If so, how? Why? What is happening? How is it possible? You try to break it down. You try to bring it to a relative standpoint. Sangha vivarjitaha, free from attachment. Okay, if I have to remain free from attachment, let me first find out what all am I attached to first. And what is my degree of attachment? I am attached, yes. I am attached to this pencil. I am attached to this tablet. I am attached to my watch. I am attached to my car. I am attached to my money. I am attached to my home. I am attached to my job. I am attached to my children. I am attached to the thesis that I have written. I am attached to the country I am living in. Yes, I am attached. I understand that. But I must also know to what degree I am attached to. Because the ideal state is to be free from attachment. So bring it down to a relative standpoint. So the second important step, you all see on the board there for you all? The second important step, having brought it down from an absolute to relative standpoint, you examine it against the backdrop of your own life. So examine the knowledge, point 2, sir. Point 2, examine in the backdrop of your life. What is, like they say, the BMI, the body mind index. Is there a certain? A body mass index. A body mass index. What is the term you used? Immersion. I'm immersed in the body mind intellect, sir. So BMI only, body mind intellect only is coming. But BMI is body mass index. So there's a certain body mass index. Now if you know there's a chart. Namaskar. Arey Rohit ji, I didn't answer him in YouTube. He come physically here. Very good. This is how it should be. Vasantama, I didn't answer his question in the first session. He physically came here. No more questions will be answered in the online. All better come here only. हाँ जी, स्वागत है आपका. What is the body mass index of mine? You evaluate? This is my fitness. This is where I lack. This is what I need to do. So there is a certain yardstick to know what is to be healthy. Similarly, spiritual laws of life. Remember, Vedanta or the wisdom is a manual of life which gives the laws which govern a human being. As simple as that. Wisdom is a manual to life which governs the laws, which a human being is governed by the laws. The world is also governed by certain laws. A human being also is governed by certain laws. So these are not opinions of gurus, these are facts of life. So when you have accepted the BMI by the science as a yardstick, and that's also evolving. This must be the maximum blood sugar or the blood pressure. It's all evolving. Sometimes it's manipulated by the pharmaceutical industry to drive their own business, but yet there is a certain yardstick, right or wrong. Science is still evolving, but wisdom has reached its culmination or pinnacle of evolution, is achieved it. There is no further evolution to wisdom. You challenge it, you achieve what they are saying, and then say. If you have any refute, if you are refuting to that wisdom has achieved its pinnacle, if you don't agree, I would say you come to the point where they are saying, and then let's talk, not from where you are. It's like I say Mount Everest is the highest. You are saying, I don't think so. I ask you, did you climb it? You climb it and then talk. Because those who have scaled all the mountains in the world, they say this is the peak and there's no higher than that. So standing from the base camp, you can't talk. Get to the peak and then talk. Yes, sir, you're saying something? You have to climb. You must be a climber to know what it is. So, examine the knowledge in the backdrop of your life, where you stand, what you are. Take an X-ray of your own inner personality to understand. I just took examples of a couple of qualities. Adveshta, Sarvabhutanam, Maitra, Karuna, Yevacha. It goes on. Then we took reference of balance in pleasure and pain. How balanced am I in pleasure when pleasure visits me? How balanced am I when pain visits me? Joy and sorrow. How attached am I? Am I able to process my life with the law that you get what you deserve, not what you desire? Have I rationalized my life and accepted that I get only what I deserve? Or are you constantly complaining that I'm not getting what I want? So when you reflect on, you must put your life against the backdrop of this knowledge and examine it. First step, Pushpama, break it down from an absolute standpoint to a relative standpoint. Having brought it down to relative standpoint, you put your life against the relative principles and see, where do I stand? To understand BMI, you don't have to do doctorate in medicine. Do you have to? No. You just take out that article on BMI and understand how BMI works and examine yourself. You don't have to study 5 years of medicine to understand BMI. That is the difference between absolute standpoint and relative standpoint. The second step is taking your height and weight and your age into account, check what is my BMI. That's the second step. Now, having done that, the third step is you break down the knowledge into bite sizes. Break it down to bite sizes. That's one of the most important element in reflection. All three, they are very essential steps you must take to break the knowledge down into bite sizes. Exactly like we say, the cattle, they chew the cud. Having eaten, they regurgitate the food back into their mouth and chew it again. Exactly the same way, you bring out the ideas that you have learned, bring it out again into your intellect. You got to break it down to digestible sizes, big pieces. Like chewing the cud. That doesn't mean you keep doing that. Oh, my guru said chew the cud. Jaws are pairing, Guruji. What is it you told me? You'll have to go to a psychiatric doctor, not a general physician. It's not the principle. Are you all with me? The three important steps, what you're reflecting on. breaking it down to bit sizes. Take any concept of living a life of detachment. Try and understand what that concept of detachment is. Can you pen down those thoughts with great clarity? What that detachment is? See, if an architect doesn't have clarity, if he doesn't give a clear picture to the builder, that's how it is, isn't it? Architect gives a design to the builder builds it. If the architect doesn't give a clear picture, what will be the state of the building? It collapses. There's no scientific backing to it. How many pillars to put, what beams to put, what not to put, so many things that goes into it. Similarly, when you get into a concept, you must have a sound understanding of what that concept is. If I ask you, what is detachment? What is detachment? Because you are going to build your life on that idea. The builder is going to build a skyscraper based on a mere drawing. How sound must be the drawing that 100-story skyscraper is going to stand the test of time for the next century? Now you want to build your life, you want to give a direction and a purpose to life based on the understanding of this philosophy. So you need to break down the philosophy into bit sizes so that it can be understood and digested by you. It is not just in thin air that, oh, I know Vedanta. As he said, I've chanted the Gita, I know the Gita. It's not mere general knowledge. It is specific, clear understanding as to what it is. If I want to be detached, I must know what detachment is. Not scholarly, please. We're not trying to make you scholars, but to understand the nuances, what it is to live a life of detachment. What is detachment? Is it possible for me to practice detachment? Where am I? What is happening within me? To what attached am I? How can I bring in? Where all should I practice this area of detachment? Go to the very depths of that understanding of the concept so that that drawing which you're going to fall back on at any time is so clear that it will guide you forever. So it's all something which you have clarity on. Mark, if I can request each one to use the, yeah. How about illusion? Individuals, okay. Those who don't have the clarity to go through that exercise should surrender to a superior intellect who could help them understand them and analyze them. Because a true guru will make the student self-sufficient. It's like a parent as a mother. You held your toddler child, held his hand, helped him walk and crawl so that he can stand on his own feet someday. So a guru would help you through the process of analyzing, assessing, taking a true measure of what's happening within you so that you're able to extend that process to understand other depths of your personality. It's like, surrender is an essential element in one's life. In fact, if you don't surrender, you cannot go along with life. Isn't it? Can you go on? And surrender always happens in areas of ignorance. Like, I have a legal problem, I go and surrender to a lawyer. And I put everything on the table and say, "Sir, this is the facts of my case, my problem. Is there a way out for me?" You don't hide anything thereafter to a lawyer. You have a health problem, you go and surrender to a doctor and say everything to him and say, "This is my problem. Can you help me?" Here, there is ignorance in area of one's own spiritual development. You must surrender to a guru who can help you in that journey, so that he can lead you further into the exploration of your own self. Without surrender, nothing happens. Possible. Okay, ma? So just press and hold it until it shows as green. One day we should do training for all these people how to on the mic. Learning starts from there. Yeah, yes. It's coming, ma. Sorry, ma. You people don't need the mic, no?
Should the reflection, can the reflection be to the awareness, or can it also be an ongoing situational reflection from the incidents that's happening in a way? Situational learning. Instead of me sitting in the corner reflecting on the detachment, but when I confront it with the detachment, whether I'm practicing it, cannot learn from the situation itself.
See, the learnings from a situation is what we understand as knowledge can be acquired either through one's own experience or others, isn't it? One's own experience is the physical experience, others' experience is knowledge. But when you understand the teachings or the principles which govern life, it becomes a roadmap for your life and living. You either learn through knowledge or experience. The choice is there for you. I don't want to sit in a corner and do swadhyaya, but I want to learn through experience. Many a time you pay the price for experience. Speed thrills, but it kills. You want to learn through knowledge or experience? Attach, you suffer. Detach, you enjoy. You want to learn through experience or knowledge? That's the acid test to what extent you have absorbed the knowledge. In the first session we said, to the extent you have absorbed the knowledge, you live it. If you have not absorbed it, you will not live it. You will also fail to see it. You don't have the eyes to see where you are not practicing. Like I will tell you, since I know you in and out, I will tell you where you're going wrong. Example. You may stand up and justify, no, Guruji, it's not like that. I know it. Example. So you may not have the clarity of the intellect to see where you're going wrong. Because you don't have the wisdom. Objectivity and wisdom done. You're not able to see a fault as a fault. So you continue to repeat the same mistake or similar mistakes and justify. That's the reason we are said, do swadhyaya, my dear, so that the intellect which has created problems for you is not sufficient for you to find a solution to the problem. Let's say if you have 30% intellect, The 30% intellect is creating enough problems for you because 70% avidya, no? So 30% intellect with 70% ignorance, no? You're creating enough problems for yourself with 70% ignorance. Now, will the 30% intellect help you to solve the problems you have created? It will not help you. The intellect which has created the problem will not solve the problem. For that we are saying, please do little swadhyaya. Matter of time, your intellect will develop. You will have enough wisdom to solve the problems, rather than continuing to repeat the same problem or similar problems. So whether you want to learn through knowledge or experience, sit at the desk, study the Shastras. It will put you on a vantage point. Often when people who go into the woods, who do exploring in nature, they go into the forests and all, many a time you don't have, let's say if you don't even have a tool to guide yourself to navigate into the forests, they are lost because it's so disorienting, because everything the same everywhere. You walk for half an hour, everything is in the whole forest, it looks the same shrubs, the same trees, the same flora and fauna. But how do you find a direction? They look for a vantage point. And the best vantage point they have is, sir, the best vantage point if you are lost in a forest to find where to go is vantage point so that you know where to go. Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't get your name, sir. Sanjay, sir. Have you ever been lost?
But probably yes, but actually, I think maybe to give an opportunity to carry on and reflect and see what one wants to do, how to go away from the line and lead to the forest.
Don't go to the forest for that sake.
Which does not really think for me.
Yeah. No, I got what you're saying. The vantage point you can get is to climb a tree. So people climb a tree. The moment you climb a tree and climb as high as a branch that can support your weight, you will get a panoramic perspective as to where you are, what lies ahead. Is there a path ahead of me? Is there a precipice there? Is there a waterfall here? Is there a path there or not? You know where to go. Otherwise, how do I go? How do I decide where to go? You get it? So when you study the Shastras, the deeper you go inward, the grander your vision becomes. Remember, the deeper you go into yourself, the grander your vision becomes. Exactly like the deeper the roots go into a tree, the taller is a tree. You know that? When the roots go deep, the tree is that tall, isn't it? So you go deep into your personality, you will grow in maturity in your vision. You will have a foresight. I keep telling people that I'm very clear what I would be 10, 20 years from now. Very clear. How? I don't know. And I would not doubt it. Who is to doubt providence? Who am I to doubt providence? So you have that vision, you have a certain vision. You see, so don't learn through experience. You test your knowledge in experience. The world out there is a huge laboratory to test your wisdom. But you don't do your research in a laboratory. You do all your studies outside and go and test it there. So the more time you spend in Swadhyaya, to that extent you will absorb the wisdom, and to that extent your life becomes better. Does that help, ma? So the question, what to reflect on? We said we must reflect on the teachings. I'm just doing a quick recap. You must reflect on the teachings. The time you spend is 80% of time is spent on reflection. 20% is spent on receiving fresh input from the Guru. We said opposed to thinking is an unquestionable obeisance to authority. That has led to mechanical rituals, superstitions, and belief systems, which are the parasitic practices in religion today. So if you want to explore the truth, you must investigate the truth. And in order to investigate the teachings, the three essential steps, the first essential step is you must bring down the knowledge from an absolute standpoint to a relative standpoint. A Lakshana Vakya has to be converted into a Abhyasa Vakya. How can I practice these teachings? That must be the antenna with which you approach a Guru. How can I live this knowledge? How can I apply it in my life? And the moment you do that, you're questioning. You're investigating the truth. The second step is you must examine the knowledge in the backdrop of your life. Example, what's example we have taken? What example, Vijaya? The BMI, the body mass index. Examine yourself against the backdrop of knowledge. Like you examine your health with a BMI index. Third, you break the knowledge down into bite sizes like cattle chew the cud. Once you do these, you would have a knowledge which is applicable, not just to confine to books and classrooms. Okay, right, no problem. Yes, sir.
How to break it down the concepts in another tool that you had said, you get what you deserve. So in that way, you observe in my life, how has it been to that statement? You what's your own success value and examine that part. Second step I want to take. Third step, how to break it down.
Sir, the concept of what is to break down the concepts into bite sizes, Kuchun sir, is to bring in clarity, to the very concept itself. See, I took the example while explaining to her. Like if you want to build a skyscraper, you need to have an architect's design. So there's a sound clarity in the drawing, what to and what not to. So it gives you a direction as to what to do. Like Vedanta, one of the most quintessential aspects of Vedanta is you must live a life of detachment. I'm just repeating the example I've taken to her. Now, if you want to live a life of detachment, does it not necessitate that you must understand what is this grand concept of detachment? I'm not talking the grand, but in a concept, in a level where I am, so that my intellect can fathom that grand concept. So you got to break it down into concepts and ideas which you can relate to, so that you are able to think and ponder over it. If I say, reflect on detachment, does that tantamount to mean I keep muttering detachment, 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 detachment? Is that what it means, Gayatri Ma? It doesn't mean I keep muttering the word detachment. I have to remind myself of the ideas or principles of detachment which you understand. Now, what is your understanding? You got to start questioning the concept, decoding it, bring it down to ideas which you can relate to. Detachment is a grand concept. Now, detachment means, first fundamental principle of detachment is you must never abandon action. Okay. First, since I take an example, I'm doing bite size of that also. First principle of detachment is you must never abandon action. Second, perform action only on obligation. Okay. Third, as I'm performing action, I renounce the fruit of action. Point 3. Then you remain unaffected by the fruits of your action. Now, the concept of detachment I have bite-sized into, like I give you an apple, do you stuff in the whole apple into your mouth? You take 4 bites. The concept of detachment, as an example, I broke it down. There may be more to it. Now I break it down to different aspects so that I can relate to these aspects into my life. So in the name of detachment, I should not abandon some action. Karyam karma. Do your duties. How do I do my duty? Anashrita karma phalam. Renouncing the fruit of action. So they are trying to get a holistic picture of what the grand concept of detachment is. When you bring in all these elements that are related to it, you have an idea, because you can't get the whole at once. You break it down so that you can chew the cud on each concept. Renounce the fruit of attachment. Now you go back to point 2, examine my life in the backdrop of this knowledge. With my corporate career, which I'm aspiring, am I renouncing the fruits of my action there? Or is there a hidden motive which I'm expecting from my work I do every day? It's like an MRI, it reveals something is not right there. It reveals there is a problem, there's a blemish, there's something not right there. So if you don't do this, you will not have a true picture of what's happening within you. That is what bite sizes mean. Detachment, we said, first is you maintain action. Second, you perform action based on obligation. Point 3, you renounce the fruit of action. Point 4, you're not affected by the fruits of action. Your boss is very unhappy. He has given negative remarks about you to the authorities, to the superiors. Does that affect you to perform your duty tomorrow at work? Sorry? This is what I mean. That means you're not detached. We spoke of earlier other quality. Samadukha sukha kshami. Kshami is forgiving. Samadukha sukha. How am I balanced in pleasure and pain, in joy and sorrow, in honor and dishonor? Just because a negative news comes towards me, if I'm affected, then I'm not detached. I'm terribly affected by what's happening. I'm attached. I'm influenced by the happenings around me. So you go down to the very bottom of every action and start examining. Like when you go to a doctor with a problem, he wants to know everything about your medical history, isn't it? Every time you go to him, he will once say, come with your medical history. What were you doing? What tablets were you taking 6 years ago, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago, 3 weeks? Yesterday did you take? What is the prescription? How many tablets taking? Which are the doctors? What diseases you have? He will take everything into account before he writes anything. If he doesn't do that, don't go back to him. Walk out of his dispensary at that moment, because he is not investigating your case. You want to investigate, you want to achieve the truth, investigate into the truth. The truth is, you must know where you stand now. And once you get to this knowledge, you will find a vantage point. You get into the truth scientifically, the knowledge will give you a vantage point where you know where exactly you are, you will know where to go, what to do, what not to do. But for that, you must do Swadhyaya. Swadhyaya is the sap. It is your spiritual lifeline. You don't do this, no guru can help you. I'm just using the words which I'm reiterating the words which I've said in the session 1. It's quintessential, sir. So if you don't do manana, reflection, you have lost the game of life. No guru can help you. He can help you, but it's too late. The doctor will say, man, all the time I tell you, you don't follow anything. He'll ask you, why are you coming to me? You are not doing anything, man. Why are you wasting my time, he would say. You find another doctor. He will not interested in you. He wishes well for you, but you have to put that effort. You want to gain health. You have got yourself enrolled in the best gymnasium in the city. You have also appointed the best instructor also to instruct you what exactly to do to gain that picture of health. Every meeting you go, there is samosa and kachori. And the hosts have been so welcoming, they have offered more than one. Wisdom Foundation is very, very fulfilling. Kachori and samosa, and that too with tea, and that also more, how much ever you want. Biscuits also were there. That too salt biscuits and Pushpama. She is the snack in charge. What to do? I was sitting in the room, nothing came to me up here. No, Harishji was so sweetly brought it. Even if you offered to me in a platter, I will not have it. So, Upanishad sir. So, how can you eat samosa and kachori and then go to him tomorrow and say, I want to burn, I want to exercise? He'll say, hey, what are you doing, da? I don't see all the exercise I have told you, you're not following. You're coming to gym regularly, but what are you doing outside the gym? I told you what not to do also. Are you following that? You can't hide from him because the waistline is increasing. How can the waistline increase after doing gym? So, an instructor will lose his interest in you because you're not dedicated. They say, you take one step towards God, God takes 10 steps towards you. You show that Shraddha in wisdom. The Guru will go great lengths to transform you because you are showing that Shraddha, not just faith. If you have faith, you gain. What faith gives you? Faith gives you knowledge. Shraddha gives you, Subhash ji, wisdom. आपको मुंबई जाके बोलिए, what did you learn? Shraddha gives you wisdom. Faith only gives you jnanam. Vijnanam you want, you need Shraddha. Okay, sir? Yes, Setu ji? ఏంటి మా What about it? I'll have to take Situji's example. Can I take, sir? Huh? Anand, I can take the example, no? This was 6-7 months ago when Setuji was wanting to replace his car with a new car. He came up to me with some faith that I have knowledge of automobiles. Not that I have, it's just that having driven certain number of cars and certain things. And Harishji also came once or twice in that exploration. And then we decided, I gave a feedback, it was his decision, Setuji's decision. Day before yesterday, he wanted me, along with the family, to receive the car from the showroom. Now, when that invitation came to me, how should I have processed it? Is it my obligatory duty? Yes, it was. It was not my regular obligatory duty. It is not my regular obligatory duty, please. Doesn't mean everybody who is buying a car, please call Guruji and say, please receive. Then I am all the time only in the showrooms, receiving cars for everybody. Reddy Garu, please don't. But if you do, I am happy. Our long ride is still pending. He was supposed to take me on a long drive. He has not had time for it. I am not complaining, sir. This is the complaint. Now, that is not my regular duty, but yet it is the respect he showers onto me, and so much so, when the car was given, he said me to drive. So they consider it as a good feeling, you know. Now, when I can feel that respect, doesn't it find obliged I reciprocate it? So I found it as a special obligatory duty known as naimittika karma. Once in a while, such duties come your way and you need to recognize. If I had told him, sir, I had something very urgent and I'm not able to, I'm sure he would understand and say, fine, Guruji. You know? But when I had an obligation, you do it. Now, while I do that, should I develop an attachment to it? So, third element comes, renounce the fruit of the action. So, you must act. Being detached doesn't mean you don't act. You must perform karyam karma, your duties, based on obligation. Not on, what is the opposite of obligation? Simple, correct. Why are you complicating it for us, sir? Opposite of obligation, no obligation. And book kella shelf la bodungo. Shelf. What is the opposite of acting on obligation? Sorry, sir? Not dictionary wise, sir. I'm asking philosophically, what's the opposite of obligation? Voluntary? Haan, Subhashi? Selfless? Selfish? I'm not talking of selfless to say selfish, no. मैं बोल रहा हूं, I am doing my dharma, my duty. Yes, sir? Opposite of detachment is attachment. Opposite of performing obligatory duty is Vasantama? Paradharma and Swadharma are opposites. Go uninvited. Checked out, you'll be thrown out. Imagine if I keep knocking at the door every other day at Setuji's house. He'll peep through the window and say, don't open the door, he'll say. Sir, the opposite of acting on first of all, acting on obligation means you operate on the intellect. Opposite of acting on intellect is operating on your whims and fancies of your mind. Indiscriminate. You act on your mind, impulses. I do things which I like to do. Ragadvesha. I don't do what I don't like. Sai is calling. I don't like to take his calls. I don't like to do it. I like to do certain things. You're operating on your impulses or emotions, likes and dislikes. Now, what happens is, once you renounce, then you're not affected by the fruits. So, you must also do quality control. How much have I renounced the fruit? Let's say, have I renounced the fruits of I am performing an action, I am performing my dharma, my obligatory duty. Okay? The fruits of action is the feedback I get. Now, have I really renounced the fruits of action? How do I know? By seeing whether am I affected by the fruits. One thing is to say it, another thing is to evaluate, test it in the marketplace. So the quality control is you test yourself, am I really affected by the fruits of action? If the fruits of action still affect you, that means you have not renounced it to that extent. So the real test of a product is in the marketplace, isn't it? If the drug the pharmaceutical company has manufactured, it must be suitable to majority of population, majority of people. They'll also have a clause. In fact, some other day when we went to the doctor was saying, this side effect is 1 in 10,000 case. 1 in 10,000 will have this symptom, and doctor knows that. And he tells this is a rare, in fact, it happened to Appa. My father, suddenly he was taking medicine, his tongue swelled so much so he couldn't open his mouth, he couldn't talk. We rushed him to the ICU, to the hospital, and he said, this is one of the rarest of side effects of that particular drug. Within the next half an hour, it got stabilized, everything became normal. He couldn't speak, we thought he was something side effect of a heart medicine. We thought it was getting paralysis. Nothing to do with paralysis, the side effect of medicine. And he said only 1 in 10,000 people have the side effect. Whatever that is. Angio? I will stick to my subject. My subject is safe grounds. Edema, adida. Addima. Reddy garu telusa ante addima ante. So are you okay, sir? Now, the second question, or the fourth question, in fact, my second question in this session is, what is the process of reflection? Now, there will be a handout that will be given, or it's there. I would request you all to pick it up so that you can fall back on it. There are these basic steps which you keep in mind whenever you the process of reflection. Now, the first step in reflection is to question. You do not question the knowledge, you are not doing any swadhyaya. Now, when you say prashnena, when you question, you're not questioning the guru or the authority, you're only questioning the knowledge. So, there you go. First is to question it. It's all there on your boards for you all on the screen. First, question it. Then you analyze it. Then you ponder, which is nothing but musing. When you muse, you ponder. That pondering or musing helps you to digest the knowledge. Once it is digested, it is assimilated, then it becomes a part of you, you have internalized the knowledge, then you live it unknowingly. Living becomes an effortless practice. So you must go through all these stages. Question it, analyze it, muse over it, digest it, assimilate it, internalize it, you'll automatically live it. Otherwise, you know it, but you'll not live it. If you want to walk the talk, you must go through this process. Now, please carefully listen to what Lord Buddha had said. He said this 2,500 years ago. He said, do not believe in what you have heard. Don't believe anything you've heard so far. Huh? Utter lies I've spoken. Sorry, don't take all notes, there's a garbage, throw it in that. Serious notes you're taking. He said, don't believe what you have heard. Do not believe in tradition because it's handed down many generations. Do not believe in anything that has been spoken of many times. Do not believe because the written statements come from a very old sage. Some old fellow is saying something, don't believe it. That advantage you have. Can you make that bigger? No, I am quoting what Lord Buddha said. So, so do not believe because the written statements come from some old sage. Do not believe in conjecture. Do not believe in authority or teachers or elders. But after careful observation and analysis, when it agrees with the reason and when it will benefit one and all, then accept it and live it. Amazing. Don't, lot of don't. And then he says, do this. Isn't it? After careful observation and even their analysis, you analyze it for yourself. Then it must appeal to your reason. And it must benefit one and all, not only me. Then you must accept it and live it. Till then, nothing doing. You can keep talking and talking and talking. I will not budge. That doesn't make it any more truthful because it has been spoken about, because it has been spoken by great men, because it's been handed down by generations. Is that any clause to make it real? No. Until it accepts to my intellect, until it rationalizes with me, that is when I will take it, that is when I live it. Otherwise, no thank you. No, exactly the opposite of this is being practiced, which is unquestioned obeisance to authorities. Moment any guru out there says anything, all his shishyas go running, flocking, berserk. Oh, Guru said so, this said so, Swami said so. Nobody dares to question what is being said. Please question, sir.
reason in what you hear analyze. Both are almost same. But when you do reasoning or analysis, the conclusions you arrive at will depend on your own intellect. That is where people differ from each other. So with the same input, I might come to different conclusions about particular
Lakshana.
Why right? Because we operate different. I'm just giving an example. So how to make sure that we all have, so we can never have common understanding. So it depends on our intellectual level, depends on our background, our life. Various things influence our conclusions from that understanding. So does it lead to different interpretations and different following things at the same time?
Buddha really foresaw, what he really foresaw was changing social, cultural, and educational dynamics. It was constant. What he said was, let me like those manufacturing body constantly update our management procedure of monetary systems, because the demands of both the market, demands of change require introspection is also both the procedure and the manual internal audit. Both have to be seen again. So I think he was so far ahead of his time. He said, you recognize nothing is constant. He said, at that point of time, 3,000 years, 4,000 years down the line, what was accepted 10 years back today, we are seeing today, because changing political dynamics, social dynamics are changing. Because of what Amma nature is doing to us, we are forced to change again or take cognizance of it. This is not going to take cognizance of this and going to be stuck because you read those words of wisdom of 2,000 years ago, then it's a stress which you will have to carry.
If I can just answer Ramji, so in the earlier section, I remember talking about when the Guru gives the aphorism, Tat Tvamasi, the student goes back to the Guru for his assurance that whether he is in the right path. And I said to her that you must surrender to the Guru. So these elements ensure whether the independent inquiry doesn't take you off tangent. So you are in course under the guidance of the Guru. So you take back your understanding and say, am I right? That dynamic consultation with the Guru ensures you are always on the right path. The compass is the Guru. You fall back on the Guru. Yeah. Yes, yes. It should benefit one and all. Yes, sir. Rohitji.
I just want to get the whole thing was it's like what we are talking about today's workshop, that it is more about rather than learning and getting it becoming intelligent, it's more about experiencing and kind of getting wisdom, and that you get at an individual level. And so maybe there might be conflict between one or two or 1,000 people, but wisdom being infinite, so there is always I guess that one should try to get wisdom is what the statement he was trying to make at that time, keeping in view that people were, rather than using wisdom, they were trying to become intelligent. That's it.
But you're right, but his sayings are so apt even today that you don't take anything on face value. You examine it, man, my dear. You have a faculty called intellect. Please examine it. And only when you examine it, you get to the bottom of it and it serves you well. And the end result is you get wisdom. So when you take this conscious methodology, you are left with wisdom. Otherwise, you're only left with knowledge. There's a saying, knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers. If you want the wisdom to linger, you need to go through this process of reflection. Yes. Just check downstairs. The question is, how can we define or say philosophical reflection in our own perspective? As I said just now, by pondering, musing, digest, assimilate, internalize, practice. Yes, this is what is reflection. Pondering, musing, the 7 steps we say. Okay. So I think we will break for lunch and then we'll please try to be back here by 1:45. Okay, Sai. Yeah, one more question. Yes, please.
Guruji, the whole 7 steps, so we have 3 main steps. Bringing down to relative plane. So that third part, breaking down, this is part of the breakdown, right? It's a part of the breakdown step. So we have initially right, of the reflection. That is bringing down as a related to our current situation and then the breakdown. So these are part of the breakdown.
Part of the breakdown of the 3 important steps.
Stage.
Where is it?
These 7 steps are part of the breakdown, is what I'm saying. Breakdown section.
No, this stands independently. That is being told how you should do it. This is being told what you should do. I tell you, sweep the floor. What to do? This is how to do it. How to sweep, I'm telling you. This is how to sweep, how to reflect. That is what to do. What to do is different from how to do. Am I making sense, sir? Ardhamautunda? You are nodding the head for the sake of nodding. So we are telling you what to do there. What to do is bring down the knowledge from absolute to relative, examine it against the backdrop of your life, bring it down to bite-sized pieces. What to do? Question, analyze, muse, how to do it, how to go through the process step by step is being said here. What to do is different from how to do it. Like you should not put point 4 and point 1. You can't do that. It has to have a systematic step by step, isn't it? That's what they're saying. Okay? Right? Yes, sir. Okay, I think there's some, I think there is question here. Okay. Is there a fundamental difference between reading scriptural texts and listening to a guru's recording? They both will come under Shravana. Those days, Shravana was the only source of knowledge because there was no written scriptures, textbooks. So only source was from listening to a guru. But unless you mean reading scriptural textbooks as going through the depth of study, unless you mean swadhyaya, then it's different. But if you take it just merely reading, I can read about something which I do not know, as good as listening. So both are Shravana. Okay, you comment further as well. reading scriptures vis-a-vis listening to recorded lectures of a guru, which is more conducive for reflection during Brahma Muhurtam for a serious student of Vedanta. I would not recommend listening to any guru nor reading any fresh literature at the hour. That hour of 4 to 6 is only meant to revisit an idea which has been taught. It is you, what you're doing is chewing the cud. 4 to 6 is meant for chewing the cud, not to learn fresh literature. Because that valuable time is when you're listening to a guru, your independent intellect is not working. You're still receiving, you're not exercising your intellect as much. Therefore, unplug from the recordings, plug into your intellect. Karchapana, Pushpama. In between. Yes. But it's more to examine it. So what it demands is your independent examination. All possible questions, you start asking that statement and find answers. Why, when, how, if, is it right? The guru may have spoken a wrong statement because he didn't eat samosa, he's feeling hungry. Kachori also didn't eat. We are not like you, Reddy Garu. I know we are not like you, what to do? So you need to get into the merit of the statements. That requires independent examination, which is the core exercise during Swadhyaya time. Don't let that precious time go in acquiring information. That's why I said it's a sanctified activity. It requires a sanctified place. It needs to be done at a sanctified hour, because what you're invoking is invoking God. So create a place where you which we said, manana is worship, is prayer. So you can't bring it down in a very lighter sense. It has to be a very orthodox kind of approach to that act. That's when it brings the most auspicious result. It comes out. Okay, I think we will come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. చెప్తారా? రిఫ్లెక్షన్. గాయత్రిమా, రైట్, రెడీ. అదిగో ఆడియన్స్ ఆడియో వెళ్ళినప్పుడు దానికి దానికి డైరెక్ట్ లేదు మీకు. I said never. దైవం గాడ్ దైవం పంపించారు. పర్ఫెక్ట్. We'll take up two questions. Firstly, what are the consequences of not reflecting? Vis-a-vis, what are the benefits of reflection? Now, it may not sound as comfortable. You may say, what is the consequence? In fact, the consequence of allowing knowledge to remain as knowledge, allowing knowledge to remain unprocessed, not only does it not give you favorable results, in fact, knowledge, when it is not digested or not reflected or not converted into wisdom, proves detrimental in fact, at times fatal as well. So there's a lot of danger in not reflecting on the knowledge. As you all see, the consequences of not reflecting. The first is the knowledge becomes stale. It loses its refreshing value. It loses its charm. The knowledge becomes repetitive. It seems repetitive. There comes in a boredom. In layman's terms, you get fed up of this knowledge. As a result of that, the very pursuit of the knowledge stops. You get sick and tired of it. You can get sick and tired of talking. You can get sick and tired of it listening. But if you want to retain the refreshing nature, that which can inspire you, you want the knowledge to inspire you, you need to do reflection. I don't know how you can connect these two dots of not reflecting and the knowledge losing its charm. I want a show of hands, how many of you don't understand that? That the knowledge loses its charm when you don't do reflection. It becomes stale. So no show of hands means, I believe you all understand. Sai, you follow? Use the microphone, please.
మీకు మాట్లాడడానికి సరిపోతుంది. You have never come into action. People will also say that you are talking.
No, that's something else. I'm just with the first point. So the interest with which you have come all the way to receive this knowledge, the drive goes away. You will not have the drive to learn. The knowledge will lose its charm for you. It becomes boring. It becomes a waste of exercise. Something which has a value for you has no value.
Not coming into my action. So there is no return on my, there is no return from the knowledge.
Because it is not coming into your system. Because you have not internalized it, because it has not become a part of you, you will find it waste of investment. Can you imagine if, I can understand if a student is not inspired. Imagine the Guru himself losing motivation to talk. Sorry? Keep stirring the pot, correct. And the AC on panninga. இங்கே ஆன் பண்ணீங்களா? ஆன் பண்ணாம எப்படி? Same thing happens even in the corporate world. People are not motivated to work. There is no motivation. So in order to get work out of them, incentives are thrown at them. Why should you need incentives to work? I have never got a single incentive in my whole life. 32 years of service, not a single incentive. Not a single day I have paid a salary. Nor have we been provided. I'm not trying to tickle any emotion here. But I remember Setuji, one of the many who did approach or did tell this to me once. How much do you need, Guruji, for your monthly expenses? I will take care. Couple of years ago, I think he told. Looking for something, Setuji? చెప్పారండి ఎంత కావాలి మంత్లీ ఎక్స్పెన్స్ ఎంత అవుతాయి ఐ విల్ టేక్ కేర్ అన్నారు ఐ టోల్డ్ హిమ్ ఐ విల్ నెవర్ టెల్ యూ ఐ డిడ్ంట్ టెల్ హిమ్ Now why I am trying to tell you is, what incentive will you give me to make me speak? Today at least there are a few more people in the chairs. Otherwise there are much lesser people. That's not an incentive for me not to speak. And I must say, one of my first public lectures in 97 was for 2,500 people in military headquarters on war. I was shivering on stage. I was only 21. And I was given an audience of, cream of military was there. 2,500 people. So it's not that I didn't have an audience in my life. But I'm only trying to tell you, you don't need an audience to speak. You don't need, that doesn't mean I come and talk rest of the week to empty chairs in the ashram here. No, I don't mean that. Then something psycho with this fellow. He is talking to empty chairs and walls and furniture and fittings. Guruji needs psychological treatment. Something gone wrong with. So you need very minimal to inspire you. So what I'm trying to say is, this knowledge has got so much potential. And to lose a charm for this knowledge, it's cardinal sin. And knowledge which can do so much out of you, if you lose a charm for it, you're doing a crime, pa. How can you do such a crime? When the Dhyana Shlokas, the mantra says, Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim Yakrpatamaham vande paramanandamadhavam. Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim. It makes a mute speak, a lame scale mountains. Paramanandam. How can you barter that Paramanandam for anything else? The tappu, papam. So if you get into this knowledge itself is so rewarding, so refreshing, so meaningful. You will never ever experience this boredom or knowledge becoming stale if you do Swadhyaya. If you do not do, I guarantee I will not see any one of you in the next few months or a year or two. I guarantee. It will be a fresh core team, fresh trustees, fresh students. Because you people are not doing Swadhyaya, you will get bored of a guru. I guarantee that. You people don't do Swadhyaya, you will find another guru out there. And I don't need you. I am not arrogant when I say that. I'm only trying to tell you, you are doing this for yourself. So better do things the right way, so that you evolve. Not for the sake of the guru, not for the sake of the foundation, for your own sake. Otherwise, the very knowledge which means so much to you will not serve you. It becomes useless. Like collecting dust in the shelves. Only ornamental value it will have, no value. So knowledge will become stale. Sir, I have seen life. Over 25 years of teaching is not a small time, sir. I have right to say, sir, I have seen so many students falling away because of this. And when I say this, I tell with such concern and love and affection for you all that I don't want to see you all fall away. So at least for that sake, do Swadhyaya. So, the first thing is knowledge becomes stale. There's nothing in order. I'm just giving, these are the few points that happens when you don't reflect. Second is you develop intellectual arrogance. Ahankar comes in. As the literal expression of knowing is, you say, I know. I know means? Huh? I know means he doesn't know, correct? He doesn't know? Correct. I know means he doesn't know, and that he doesn't know that he doesn't know. Sir, what poetry, sir? Knowledge will never be stale to you, sir. You develop a false sense of attainment, that you think you achieved because you speak so well, you're so eloquent, you become so pedantic, you are so authoritative, you almost assume that you've reached that state of renunciation. That trap some of us will fall into. It's a danger sign for us, not for you all. Because you people are given as a platform to sit and speak. You have love and respect and reverence, and you're lending me your ears, and I have few words to speak, and I speak. You're mesmerized of those words. That is our downfall. In fact, not having an audience is good for us. It puts you on your toes. Better do sadhana, man. You fellow, a long way to go. Otherwise, you think you know everything. You know in and out. You can mesmerize audience. You have got the concepts. You can twist and quote the scriptures. What more do you want? Ellame irukku. That's it. Spiritual, highly spiritual I am. It gets into your head. Thank God. Somebody put little sense into our head. We are able to at least talk of it. That beware, don't assume a status which you have not attained yet. Because you are able to speak flowery speech, you assume a state which you have not reached yet. So a fellow with knowledge thinks he has got wisdom. Biggest blunder. Watch out. It may happen to you as well. It can happen to anyone, but one who is committed to it full time, like some of us, the danger is far greater. I can't think of a day or an hour or a moment that goes by without thinking of this knowledge. So there's a danger of falling into this false sense of achievement or attainment of a state where you're not. And thanks to the followers, the matters become worst. They put you in a platform where you are not. Possible sort of. This is a possible danger. See, out of respect, you may be put at a pedestal. Sir, imagine somebody starts putting you at a pedestal more greater than where you are. Don't you start assuming that state? Anand? Possible, isn't it? Very possible. And imagine receiving such compliments right throughout. They are not really your well-wishers. Either they're clouded in their assessment or they're just trying to be kind to you. How much danger is there? Nobody ever comes up to you and says, Guruji, what you're doing is fundamentally wrong. Please rethink and revisit it. You're my benefactor. Not that you are disrespectful, but you see something glaringly wrong with you. That's the job of a guru. A guru is only interested in your transformation. He'll whip you up. A guru is meant to only crush your ego.
That could be the success may say, but in the reality is a totally different. I come across an incident about a week back. Of course, I didn't attend the program. One of the renewed guru, I would not like to take the name. He is being put on to the place. He's been weighed with silver, and the vote taken by all the people who are the rich people and everybody. Say next year we will do with the gold. And I find what sort of a logic, what sort of a thing which we're trying to make it.
This is precisely what I'm saying. The guru also is carried away like, completely sold. Completely sold. This is what I'm saying.
And that's why we're talking about the false sense of attainment. Then both guru and as well as Shishyas.
Sir, I can understand that the Shishyas are blind. What happened to the guru?
Shishyas are blind, the guru has become blind. It's happened about 3-4 days back. So
Hold back the context. Because we don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, but it's rampant, sir. It's rampant. I'm only cautioning the danger. Sir, the guru himself doesn't do swadhyaya. So, what would be the consequences? That's why I said you don't know the gravity of that's coming your way today. It's extraordinary. Not because of the quality of what's being presented. I'm talking about the essential, quintessential lifeline, spiritual lifeline is swadhyaya. You take that out, it's like a human without a spine. The backbone of spirituality is swadhyaya. If I'm able to sit with my back, in fact, is because of my spine. Imagine if my spine doesn't support, I'll collapse. And tell me a guru out there who will emphasize on getting up in the morning and breaking your head, understanding the Shastras. Tell me a guru out there. I'm not sitting here and challenging. If the guru himself or herself doesn't highlight, what would happen to the sincere followers? The followers are sincere. The onus is on the custodians. It's upon us to bring out, to guide the students what the Shastras are saying. It's not my teaching. The teachings are there from In every teaching, every text, the teachings are there. It's the guru who should bring it out. No? The onus is on the custodians, not the disciples. The guru is lost. The followers are lost. They're all meandering, all dancing in the aisles. Guru dances. Imagine I start dancing on the stage. All of you will start dancing. The whole world start dancing. There's a tamasha going on, dancing. Bharatanatyam, Tandavam. I don't understand. All sorts of gimmicks. My God. How blind can the following be? We know it. If only we give a little license, all of that will happen here also. All kinds of requests come to us also. The danger is until you attain moksha. Once you attain moksha, no problem. Moksha is not, I'm not talking moksha of the physical body. I'm talking moksha of the ego. Salvation. When you attain self-realization, then you're safe. Till self-realization, there is, in fact, in the Bhagavad Gita it says, the senses are so powerful that even a wise man, while striving, they can pull it away like a raft in an open sea, he says. The winds of the seas are so powerful, it can take away the raft off its course. Of a wise man while striving, not an ordinary soul like me and you. So you got to be very careful. But coming to the point, the third point is ensure that you don't develop a false sense of attainment. And how do you arrest that is going back to the books and studying. I'm not trying to impress you all. To put when this suggestion of doing a workshop like this, of having to speak for 3.5, 4 hours, plus I put in 1 week of study. 1 week. And I didn't want to have the arrogance that, I know. Yesterday morning I was here from 10 o'clock till evening, 7 o'clock with little interruptions here and there. I was studying. From morning 10 till evening 7. Yesterday alone. The last 6 days, 1 week, I was only on the subject. Not while I'm at the desk. Even while I'm driving, some thought comes, I pull aside the car, I take a note. I'll have to write it down in the main sheet where I'm putting thoughts. And 2 days ago, I was telling Vijay, I'm not able to get a mental picture. Did I tell that to you? How to put a flow to this? Because I've never done a workshop on reflection. So it's full original thinking. You may have heard these ideas from me here and there, but how to give it as a capsule? 2 days back I said, there's so many thoughts, there's 7 pages of draft points here, there. How to give it a shape? And the abhyasa, if I don't do, I will fall into, very easily one can slip into the third category. I know what is a big deal. Poila, pesidla. Danger. Go back to the desk. I want you all, before you all leave, take a photograph of the study room. That must be there in your mind. What I've learned from today is, they say a picture speaks far more than 1,000 words, isn't it? So take that picture of the study room. All I want you all is, now I have to call a carpenter. Very difficult to get carpenter nowadays. He wants us to prepare study tables now. What? I attended a workshop on reflection. He's asking us to do carpentry work. Where do I put this table now? I am not expecting you all to prepare a furniture of what is done here. Create a sanctified space where you can do swadhyaya. That's the objective of this workshop, is to convince you all to embark on this journey. And this, if you don't do it, you've lost it. And if you do it, this is your lifeline, the sap. Point 4. If you have knowledge and no wisdom, go back to the opening statement I said. Ignorance gives you comfort, no consequences. Second, I said, knowledge gives you guilt plus consequences. Wisdom gives you growth plus no consequences. Can you switch to that slide, the very initial stage? I think it's the first slides. So the guilt kills you. When does guilt come about? Subhashji, can you pass the mic to Subhashji? Subhashji, boliye, when does guilt come? First of all, can you define guilt?
It comes because if you are having that knowledge, so definitely it will cause a guilt that, but
So can you hold the mic closer to your mouth?
now, why I am attending all these, if I am not reflecting. For example, if I say I have some hot talks with someone, then after some time, if I am not reflecting, what is the consequences of this hot talk? So purpose defeats of all teachings. So that creates a guilt that why I have not been able to control myself in the beginning itself.
So, as you rightly said, guilt comes when you are not able to apply or live by the values you appreciate. It's not that somebody else appreciates and I have to live to their standards. No. I also have a value for it. I appreciate it. I understand it. I know it, but I am not able to live it. This is the common problem. They say you can talk, but you don't live. So this is the ignorance, comfort, knowledge, guilt. So those who live it walk the talk. So I appear as saying to you, I'm a sinner inside. I just came across a beautiful picture today. Vaishnav, get my phone from the room. I showed it to her also. Somewhere in the media. And I quickly took a snapshot and she was on the dining table. I showed her. Picture of sainthood outside, a sinner inside. Can you all see it? So this is a picture of a person smiling, and inside he is found himself depressed. వస్తుందా? ఇక్కడ వస్తుందా ఇప్పుడు? There you see. You are able to see it? That fellow is smiling, but inside he is sulking, he is morose, he is depressed, he is lost. What life is, he's gone. Outside, what a beautiful smile. Hypocrites. One who lives a life of guilt are hypocrites. Atma hanaha, they're killing themselves from inside. They live for sake of others, they don't live for themselves. I tell you, it's not worth living that life. Better to die, better to die. Relieve this world of hypocrisy. I tell you, guilt is such a disease. Point 5, it creates a disparity. The more you keep acquiring the length of study, the more you acquire knowledge, and the less you convert into wisdom, the disparity between what you walk and what you talk increases. Means what you do in life and what you advocate others increases. And others notice the disparity very vividly. Come to that. Okay, it will come. Okay, right. I'm too fast for the system. So the disparity sets in. But how do you bridge the disparity? How do you bridge the disparity between knowing and living? Vasantama. Can you be more precise? Your living means already the wisdom is there. My question is, how do you reduce the gap? By bringing the proportion right, which is the disparity has come in because the 20-80 was not followed. Correct? What is 20? What is 80? Reflection. Because you did not follow 20-80 proportion, the disparity is set in. Now you want to get in the disparity, get that proportion back. 80% reflection, 20% knowledge. Stop reading new literature. Stop buying new books. Stop searching for new gurus. Stop searching for new ideas. Revisit the ideas you have learned. Rethink. Reintrospect. Reinvigorate yourself with the old teachings. Don't go spiritual shopping. Enough of spiritual shopping. I would say your search for knowledge should end. Oh, that guru speaks so well. So what, man? Let him speak. That is his job to speak. Let him speak. Why are you being fascinated? Because he speaks well, he talks well, he dances well. Theatre going on, huh? Why are you getting excited by all that's going on in the marketplace? Have your blinkers on. Hold on to some fellow whom you think is right and hold on to him until his deathbed, until your deathbed. That Shraddha gives you wisdom. Faith will only give you knowledge. There are many sources of knowledge, but there's only one source of wisdom, which is the source is your Shraddha. I'm not talking of the people out there. Your Shraddha gives you wisdom. So, disparity between knowing and living increases. And last but not the least, and it's not the end of the list, it's not exhaustive, but you have enough to cover it. The sixth point is, when you have knowledge and no wisdom, you unsettle others. Unsettle others means, Setuji? You make them restless and disturb them. How do you make them restless and disturb? Correct, absolutely right. But how do you end up doing that?
You are trying to give them the knowledge that you acquired without doing any introspection, without doing any reflection yourself. So you unsettle it. You have in sadhana, you have that's the knowledge. Then you try to give them some kind of an advice. Probably they understand, but all they try to do. But you don't reflect. You don't do the sadhana yourself. You are thinking that information that you have acquired is knowledge, and you try to impose this knowledge.
So just for a moment, let's put aside whether you reflect or not. Just come precisely to the point of unsettling others. You said you will disturb them and restless. You disturb them and unsettle them only when they are not ready for the knowledge. Has nothing to do with whether I have reflected or not. Just for a point. What the old saying is, empty wells make a lot of noise. सुने ना रोहित जी, उतना गंभीर तरह से आप सोच रहे हैं, कहाँ मैंने सुना नहीं है. अरे यार, empty vessels make a lot of noise, no? So those who have knowledge and no wisdom go about lecturing to others when they are not ready to receive from you. They don't want your knowledge. You make that fellow sit and lecture to him until that fellow has no choice but to sit, or he gets up and walks away. Hey, yeah, shut up. Nobody wants your knowledge. Why are you bothering with your lecture? The opposite is those who are evolved, who have wisdom, don't unsettle others. How does that fit in? They do not go about intruding into others' lives, nor their conscience. In fact, they don't become a custodian of others' conscience. They in fact, opposite of unsettling others is inspiring them. You inspire them to lead your way rather than going into their lives and disturbing them and say, why are you not doing this? You do that and do this. You don't go into their lives and disturb them. You let them be what they are, where they are. You conduct yourself in a manner where you are worthy of emulation. Others will consider you worthy of emulating than you going into their lives and saying, what are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? So the moment you have wisdom, you're a man of less words. The more wise you are, the less you speak. Unless you're told to, you speak. Obligatory. என்ன பண்ணணும்? அப்பதான் மரியாதை இருக்குமே. That's when you have respect. So once again, the 6 reasons or the 6 consequences when you stop reflecting. It's not that it comes in stages. It's possible all 6 are manifesting in your life. And all 6 are manifesting because there is a disparity between knowledge and wisdom that you can't. Can you say it doesn't exist in me? You can't say that. The disparity is there because the knowledge is far more than the wisdom. So just watch out. So there's a beautiful saying, wisdom ceases to be wisdom when it becomes too proud to weep. Wisdom ceases to be wisdom when it becomes too proud to weep, too grave to laugh, and too selfful to seek other than itself. Wisdom ceases to be wisdom when it becomes too proud to weep, too grave to laugh, and too selfful to seek anything other than itself. Right. So, these are the consequences of not reflecting. What are the benefits of reflection? The benefits of reflection are first, it strengthens your intellect. Can anyone tell me, how does reflection strengthen your intellect? Ariji, tell us. Mic kudunga Arijikku.
The next job is to provide reason. You strengthen the intellect to provide the reason.
Is the mic on, sir? Don't whistle, huh?
The intellect provides the power of reason. The intellect provides one the power of reason.
No, my question is, how does reflection strengthen the intellect?
You are given the reason. You learn the reason. You are able to reason the reason why. That's what you understand. You have a question, you have a doubt, and you discover the answer. That's what happens. So it provides you the reason why. So it helps you to reason.
In fact, what Ariji is saying is, when you do reflection, the intellect strengthens is because reflection, the definition is, remember what was the definition of reflection? A conscious, intellectual process. Your intellectual process where you are reinforcing or revisiting the ideas. So, reflection is an actually intellectual exercise. Sorry, use the mic, sir.
Discriminate. You learn to discriminate effect on the yes, on the so you are strengthening what is real and unreal.
So absolutely right. So the engagement of the intellect in the background of this Vedantic knowledge alone develops the intellect. You may study science or mathematics or biology or geography or rocketology, your intellect will not develop. The only subject when you engage your intellect develops. The same thing, any other subject matter, you develop intelligence. You apply your intellect trying to understand how rocket technology works, you will become an intelligent rocketeer. If there's a term rocketeer, I don't know. Huh? Rocket boy, whatever you call it. Rocket science. But you will develop intelligence of that particular field. But you will not develop an intellect. But if you want to strengthen your intellect, you need to apply the intellect, only study Vedanta. Vedantic study alone develops intellect. Every other subject matter develops intelligence. And intelligence helps you make a living. Intellect helps you to live a life. In the very first session we said that. You get it? So the very fact that you engage the intellect develops. Forget what conclusions you come, whether rational, right or wrong. The fact that I'm exercising, intellect develops. Even you come to wrong conclusions, never mind. Engage, use the intellect path. To a certain extent, I would say that. Start using the intellect. Okay, ma? Yes. Use the mic, please. Hello. Press the button and hold it. Hello, inna avasaram. Press the button and hold it and see what light comes there. That is rocket science for her. Oh, pocket science. Yes, whatever you say, sir. Vijay, switch off the fans.
Can we say such supports in intellect, it supports the growth of the intellect, can we say?
Reflection.
Support intellect, can we say?
Yes, reflection is the food for the intellect. If you want to hold support. But it's a food that gives life to the intellect. It's a food. It supports. Okay? Right. As I was saying earlier, we cannot solve our deep problems with the same thinking that has brought about these problems. Einstein said that. Einstein said that we cannot solve our deep problems with the same thinking that has brought about these problems. So whatever problems you have has been brought about with an X percentage of intellect. The existing intellect cannot solve it because that intellect itself created the problem. How can it solve the problem? Muttal. Without a head, you are going and knocking at wrong doors. You face the consequences, you can't escape that. It can't help you. You don't have the wisdom. You need to rise in stature or surrender to a higher intellect to help you resolve your problems. And what resists you from doing that is, I know. Ahankar. Why should I open up my life to them and ask him how I should do what I am doing wrong? Well, you know, who am I? Ahankaram vardhan between. So you don't. So, strengthens the intellect. Now stick to this. Intellect is available. Can you go 2 slides? The intellect is available in 3 stages. You know, the availability of the intellect is in 3 stages. The 3 stages are, many a time the intellect is available after the action. Shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have eaten that extra gulab jamun. Late realization. They call what they call Petromax, huh? Tube light. You're going other direction. Late reaction. Now this is what? Intellect wakes up after the action. This is the example. Huh? No better example than this. So the last stage is intellect wakes up after the action. Better than that is intellect wakes up while the action is being performed. Oops, I am committing the same error what I have done earlier. Let me not do it again. So that intellect, just some ray of intellect comes and says, watch out, let me not get into the same beaten path. No, beaten path is do the same thing. Sorry. And then all of them in the all of them on YouTube will be thinking, what is this Guruji doing, you people are seeing the slides soon, but we are seeing, I think, 10-15 seconds delay or half a minute delay. That's the reason we all are excited to see the correct slide. So the availability of the intellect is after the action, while performing the action or before the action. The ideal stage is the intellect is there before. What am I doing? Whom am I meeting? What to talk, what not to, how to behave myself. So you have the exact right ability to assess, right contact, no problem. So this is the direct benefit of the intellect or wisdom or reflection is the intellect becomes from after to while to before. Okay. And the exercise of introspection, as is mentioned, would help you to bring your intellect to its existing capacity. Introspection helps to bring the intellect to its existing capacity. Let's say, Reddy Garu, you have 30% intellect, example. And since you have not been using your optimum existing intellect, you're only operating at 10%. Ankondi. 10% operate just now. 20%, where is it? Dormant. So introspection is an exercise which is done at the end of the day. Everything else, Svadhyaya, is done in the early morning. Introspection is done for 5 minutes at the end of the day. So when you do this introspection at the end of the day for 5 minutes, it wakes up the existing intellect from 10 to 30 because that's your intellect. For some reason you have kept it in this cold storage. You take it out of the cold storage, it will become optimal. But introspection can't improve from 30 to 35, 40, etc. The reflection will improve. Reflection will strengthen the intellect. Introspection will only wake up the existing intellect. Go back. It brings back whatever your capacity, it brings that. Not more than that. Okay. So when you do reflection, the benefit is first it gives you the intellect, and in fact you may say, sir, so what? A human without an intellect is like a car without a steering. What is a car without a steering? Whatever the car is, a joke is there. Sir, even electric car also should have steering, no? No steering is kadiyada. Autopilot, autonomous. Autopilot, autonomous. But still steering irkili. Human autopilot, some system is operating it, no? Some wise fellow out there has set some systems in place and so it will follow the systems blindly. I don't know whether they have accommodated Indian roads of buffalo sitting in center of the road. It becomes a chaurasta. Kada? If a cattle is sitting, it becomes chaurasta, everybody is going around it. Huh? Yeah, that is it. So that's too much to expect, sir. என்ன expect? வேலை செய்யவே ஜாஸ்தி. So it strengthens the intellect. Second, it makes your mind calm and mature. Your mind becomes calm and mature. This is the test of wisdom. The test of wisdom is your mind becomes calm and mature. And the example is of a yogurt. Atmabodha. How do you convert the milk into curd? A beautiful example. You heat up the milk, you bring the milk to lukewarm temperature, add a little bit of culture, stir it, leave it undisturbed the night. The next morning you see the fluid milk has become solid curd, yogurt. And then the early hours when you churn the curd, you get cream. That cream is the wisdom. And when you collect enough cream and you put it under fire, it becomes clarified butter, ghee. Wisdom, which is the butter, gets spoiled if it's not refrigerated, but ghee is permanent. Ghee, when the butter is put under fire, it becomes ghee. Similarly, when wisdom culminates in the heat of meditation, you attain self-realization, which is permanent. It doesn't get spoiled. Thanks to Adi Shankaracharya for this lovely example of spiritual sadhana. He says is like converting milk to curd. So the milk in a fluid state is an immature mind, runs helter-skelter. And what is the quintessence in this comparison to the context of our study today? Mom, you lost your chances of us answering. Only one chance. Okay, Anant will have one chance. What is the quintessence in the example to the study today? Sorry? Culture. How much? Kinchit. Very little. So, how much knowledge do you need to attain maturity? And how much knowledge do you have now? Loads of it. Now you get what it is. If you add the right dosage, 20%, to the mind in the right stage, it brings about maturity. Ganga Jalalava Kanika Pita Sakradaviyena Murari Samarcha Tasyaya Menana Charcha. ஒரு நாள் புரியாது, not sufficient for this. I have some more points to make. So, one is your mind becomes mature and calm. Second is the test of wisdom is you lose the charm for the lower temptations. The lower temptations of the world have no charm for you. You can give the most expensive watch or the most exotic holiday or something valuable. You have no value for it. No charm. Exactly like what Hanuman did when he visited Lanka. What did he do? He scorched Lanka. He didn't burn it. There's a difference between scorching and burning it down. So Hanumanji scorched Lanka. And when you scorch something, example, when you roast a seed or burn the seed, there's a difference. When you roast a seed with little heat, it loses its capacity to germinate. But you're not burning it, you're not destroying it, you're just scorching it. Little heat is enough. So just like the seed loses its capacity to germinate, the sense objects lose their charm for you because you are mature. You say pass, not interested. Thank you very much. No, thank you. You know what it is, but you say no, thank you. That kind of a grand stance you reach. Thirdly, it destroys your ignorance in the form of ego. First expression of knowledge is arrogance. The first expression of wisdom is humility. The Sanskrit word for, they say, Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gavihastani. So a quality of a Brahmana is one who is endowed with Vidya and Vinaya. So both are often go hand in hand. The same in fact. Knowledge and humility. It comes automatically. So the ignorance goes off, and then I'm saying it's not in order. The fourth point is you gain this jnana chakshu, the eye of wisdom. You start seeing things clearly. It's like I take off my specs, I can see but little blurred. The moment I put on this, there's a clarity of vision. In that sense, Lord Shiva has the jnana chakshu, the eye of wisdom. So you start having that foresight of the vision. You look at life from a totally different perspective, but others can't see it. You gain that clarity of thought. It's so you can call it intuitive perception, to have something acute perception you have. So you develop the jnana chakshu and you carry on the same swadhyaya. Vasantama, you will get moksha. Self-realization. Fifth point. No, you please, I bless you, you also bless me, no? Yeah, see, he didn't even say tatastu also, what a very bad. This is the, people like this have to be very careful. That's why I don't go very close to Vasantama at all. What is the point? Enappa Ananta, what's the point I said? They put you at a pedestal where you are not. You have to be very careful. They're testing me. இந்த மாதிரி சொல்லிட்டு நீங்க ஏமா? You gain self-realization. So these are some of the brief outlines of what are the benefits. The list goes on, as I tell you. It's an exhaustive subject matter, but at least you have a broad perspective as to what are the consequences of not reflecting vis-a-vis the benefits of reflection. You may not understand the benefits, but at least you must be a little God-fearing and start reflecting for the sake of consequences of not reflecting. You will understand the consequences of not reflecting. I don't know whether you'll understand the benefits of reflecting. It's like you may not know the benefits of prayer, but you understand the consequences of not praying. So God-fearing people go to temple. If I don't do this, I don't know what Papa I'm doing, let me go and do this. At least for God-fearing, you start doing reflection, sir. Okay, sir? Remind yourself that all men assert that wisdom is the greatest good. Remind yourself that all men assert that wisdom is the greatest good, but there are few who strenuously endeavor to obtain this greatest good. So are you one amongst them who just merely admires and appreciates that wisdom is of great good? Or are you of them who strenuously endeavors to attain that wisdom which is of the greatest good? Said by the great Greek philosopher Pythagoras. So, So what all I had to read, sir, I had to rack my head, sir. Thanks to Setuji for saying we must do the workshop on reflection. I had to sit and reflect. I had to sit and reflect thanks to Appa. Appa சொல்லலன்னா நான் ரெஃபர் பண்ண மாட்டேன் இதெல்லாம். So I had to dig and search and got these gems. Remind yourself that all men assert that wisdom is the greatest good, but there are few who strenuously endure to obtain this greatest good. On demand, Gayatri Ma. அது நம்ம சிஸ்டம் இல்லை இது. We are at the mercy of Mahesh ji today. Naresh, Mahesh. So, this in short gives you a true perspective and meaning and the significance of what reflection is and how reflection is the only way to gain wisdom. Sorry, my dear friends, there is no other way, but you got to put in your effort at the most sanctified space, the sanctified time. It's a sanctified act. Reflection is nothing but a prayer or a worship. So you approach it with that spirit, believe me, it will find a place in your hearts. And I would say, you don't have to get up early to do Swadhyaya. You only have to sleep early. If you sleep early, you would automatically get up early. So don't put in the effort to get up, but please put in little effort to sleep. Harishi, don't look at me like that. Please try to sleep little early. The rest, nature will take its course. All right. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer. Yes, sir. Can you please pass the mic to Keshav ji? Ramji, kudungo. No, on it and give, sir. On jesi vandi. Sir, Swadhyaya would lead you into meditative state, because Swadhyaya is a very high introverted activity, and when you continue the introverted activity, it culminates into a intensified Swadhyaya is the beginning of meditation.
Do we not make an effort to start with the meditation maybe after suppose between 4 and 6, 1.5 hour you spend in Swadhyaya and half an hour silently meditating on your things? Is it
Absolutely possible. Absolutely fine.
Is it okay?
No, see, there is nothing as right and wrong. It's only when you're ready for it. If you're not ready for it, then you find it is very demanding on you. Then you refrain from it. It's like saying, I tell you to climb 20 floors. You can comfortably, effortlessly manage a flight of stairs. But if I say climb 20 floors, sir, you say, sir, custom, sir. 3 floors I'll climb. Beyond that, I can't. You'll say, you'll give up. It's beyond your capacity. You understand? So please do sit in if you have a leaning towards it, if you're inspired to do it, do sit in and see how you are able to manage. Then you can do it. Yes, ma.
Usually we say that question the basis of the knowledge. We have taken the knowledge, but the questioning, with the backdrop of our life, we try to question it. But at the point of what is the question, for example, if I give detachment, we know that knowledge is we know, And we try to practice also, but after questioning how does it happen is something where I sometimes feel difficult. Is it that how I only, or what is that word? Proper questioning is itself is a question mark.
Give the mic to him.
Yes, for example, like detachment, if I want to know, I know I'm trying to practice whenever I want throughout the day, not even this morning to ask. But further questioning what the scriptures have told, what is the question? It's something I'm detachment, like that every word. Worry also you take. We know when we are worrying and sentence, try to do swadhyaya and try to questioning also. We know and we try to calm the mind, do some prayer, something we do it. But question the knowledge is something which I am really find it very difficult actually. Morning, if you ask me to sit and concentrate on something, pray and do everything, I'm able to do it. But questioning is something very difficult. Yes, I don't know what to question. Because the other thing also, I don't say it's a blind way, complete Shraddha, I have made that is the correct way. That's why I follow it. I don't even question whether this way or that way. I'm totally convinced. So I walk the path. So that's
See, but you should be aware of areas where you are not able to live by it. Take example, detachment. There could be 60-70% you are practicing detachment. But there could be areas where you're not able to practice. Are you conscious of the areas where you're not able to practice? Where did that consciousness come from? Where did that awareness came from? From the knowledge, from the study, from the association, from the satsang. So if you are able to break down, as we said, break it to bit sizes, or keep examining those areas of your life from different perspectives. See, one of the qualities of a spiritual man is you become very upright, he says. Am I being upright? Dexterity. Become dexterous. Am I dexterous? Self-control. Am I practicing self-control? Forgiving. Am I forgiving? So, to throw at you, there are 40-50 qualities or flavors of a spiritually developed person. Start looking at yourself from those different perspectives. That becomes a sadhana for you. If you're not able to question and decode the knowledge, try and see whether I'm able to relate to that quality. Find out where am I not able to relate, why am I not able to relate. Let's say forgiving. If you're not able to forgive someone, why am I not able to forgive? So you do more of, as he said, case studies. So you're able to take up experiences or moments and start relating to knowledge. End of the day, you achieve the same objective, which is to understand the nuances of how to apply this knowledge. You see that? See, some people are designed to be pure intellectuals. Some may not be wholly designed to be. So when that lack of predominance of the intellect is absent, you take shelter from the heart. So wisdom is a blend of the head and heart. It's a merger of head and heart. As you said, you have so much faith in the teachings and the knowledge, and you believe in it and you give your life to it, which we see that. But there has to be the realm of intellection. If the intellection is not there, it becomes, see, devotion without intellect is fanaticism. I repeat, devotion without intellect is fanaticism. You're fanatically following something, upholding a particular cult or a belief system. That's just emotion. Intellect without devotion is arrogance. So you are saying, I am not able to inject intellection. So you're going predominantly on faith. It might tantamount to fanaticism. You're blindly following. Possible.
relationship and lead a separate something like sort of thing. I cannot break it. If you say why, I don't. I am not able to. That is the bondage I have so much. So, how to break it?
No, first and foremost, where did you get the thought that you should break a relationship? No, I was about to say, I also have such keen desire to be on my own, but we'll both will find answers. No, I am not suggesting anything, Vijaya. Don't get me wrong. Anand, see, she is laughing at me with a serious look she is giving me, Anand. What do I do? Yes, please. Interested audience.
Just taking from the, I'm just trying to amplify the way a simple mind like mine is, without the deep knowledge. Now, the taking from your third point of dividing it, breaking it down into bite sizes. Firstly, I have to change bit to byte, because byte is the basic building block. So, what the whole idea should be to break down into actionable points. And that is what I think is your bite size. The bite size is what the actionable points are. Once you can derive that actionable point, who's what they are, then it's a question of moving to the 8th point or the 7th point. Because without that, everything is incomplete. It will only be in the realm of thought. You have to translate it into action. That is when it culminates. So, otherwise it is an incomplete reflection. It's a misdirected reflection. It's not complete. So, therefore, combining both the 7 points into the 3 points, I think that is the answer to what this period could be a process of breaking down into action points. And therefore, live those action points in the rest of the day.
No, but she very uprightly saying that I am not able to do so. So, the reason you're not able to do so is there's a threshold you've reached. In order to do that, to raise the bar, you need to lead you up to the far higher. So, you need to surrender, or you need to have faith in that experience as well, which you seem to have a question mark there. So that the very journey itself will give you that faith, a conviction to pursue further. But I think surrender plays a big role there. Because sometimes you need a coach or a guru to bring out that hidden potential in you. Even in sport, a coach knows that you have the capacity, so pushes a little more. Because then you come to a stagnation point. And he pushes you that more, you may not understand. In fact, at times you may even misunderstand. But then the guru or the coach has the capacity to draw out that hidden potential in you. So that might help. Okay?
Everything is personal. It is not that there is a one size fits all. So, your conversion of knowledge into wisdom,
it's an individualistic journey.
Being an individual, sometimes our own understanding is flawed because we use a one size fits all kind of understanding of the whole scripture.
It's not that.
I'll give you one example, which is very popular. I keep hearing this. That a lot of people say that anything to do with relationships, partner matter, family requirements, whatever, all this, what is that word? Which is a bad word. No. It's samsara. It's samsara. No, I notice very often that all you people all are under the realm of samsara, under the category of samsara. So, it's, I think, a wrong understanding. So, sometimes the wrong understanding also leads us to the wrong.
Yes, Subhashi.
Yeah, just so that can we say that the action is to analyze our day-to-day actions to improve karma. Renounce, practice renunciation, and generally ego and somebody yourself.
Could you come again slowly, please?
Can we say that analyze our day-to-day actions to improve our karma?
So introspection is to go through day-to-day analysis of your actions. Reflection is to study the scriptures, is to study the knowledge, to understand its relevance, how it can transform your life and your actions. But you're not studying your day-to-day actions. That
means analyzing.
You don't analyze your day-to-day actions. You study the teachings. It reflects in the transformation of your life. Your life gets transformed. Your actions become better. You become a better individual. But you're not analyzing your actions. You're studying the scriptures. Okay? And the rest, everything follows. Okay, ji?
On the laws of one basic point you said is gets what they deserve, not what they deserve. So the method of questioning is simple way. Did I get what all I desired in my life? So that's one basic question. List out all that you desired, but what you really got. The same way, whatever those challenges I got, are they because of, did I deserve them too? So this questioning, it becomes a habit slowly, and we have to go on forcing question and analyzing, I think, for a period of can get it. But these laws of life are fundamental. It is a manual for life. One can go on reflecting every day. So many laws you have mentioned, basic and
Yes, studying the various laws of life is another point of study, but there's so much literature we have to study and absorb that can also become, as Harishi said, action points to see where exactly you are. But
Maybe I have a question.
We should change the name to mechanics.
I have a question. There are students who even 80 years, she said, even in a cold place like Delhi, she's been getting up at 4 o'clock and doing her. Like even some of us, they are getting up at 3:30 also. Due to physical constraints, for any reason, we start at Svadhyaya at 5 o'clock and maintain for 1.5. Will it still be construed as studying within the Brahma?
yes,
By the time we get up the 1.5, is that okay?
yes, but nothing beyond 6:30. Ends at 6:30. Another point we often told is any swadhyaya should not be done continuously more than an hour and a half. And give a break for an hour or two and then you can sit again. Not continuously sit more than that, because then it damages the intellect, continuously. Okay. Last question, I think Soumyama is asking, will Swadhyaya help one to understand oneself? We did tell Swadhyaya gives the ultimate benefit is attained self-realization. So, what more? Understanding yourself. Ultimate. Okay. Okay, we'll conclude with a prayer. Hari Om. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om.